Party people in the place to be. Live from 58 Dream Street. We're James and McGames. Happy Sunday, folks. Usually I turn this off so we're not just staring at my monitor before we start. Not that I have any grave secrets that need to be concealed on my desktop. I don't think. Do I? Hold on. I'm curious now. No? I don't know what I thought I was going to find. But no, I do not have any humiliating secrets or dangerous secrets or any kind of secrets on my desktop. Go figure. Well, here we are. Happy Sunday, gang. I'm having a happy Sunday. Fairly happy. I made the executive decision after my commitment yesterday to get some work done because I want to submit final grades in the next few days. I got some work to plow through. I was going to do a few hours today. And then I decided, you know what? Recharge and just go to bed tonight. Danielle's out of town. So go to bed tonight early. Set your computer up. Get your workstation set up for the morning. Get your breakfast station set up in the morning. Just get right up when it's time to feed the cat and stay up, get to work, and enjoy a weekend. And so that's what I'm doing instead. I should have started this earlier, but I started it now at the time originally scheduled, and we're diving in for session 14 of our Hey British, thank you. Happy Sunday. That sounds to me like a drive-by, either leaving or lurking kind of greeting. There we go. Enjoy your dinner. Yeah, session 14. It is, in the Disco Elysium timeline, Friday now. So that's exciting. What's going to come of Friday? I don't know. We'll find out together. Let's fire it up. Launching the game from GOG Galaxy, which is not where I would be playing it from had I learned even a single day earlier. Actually, it would have been a few days. Few weeks, now that I think about it. Had I learned 1 month earlier the intellectual property rights backstory of Disco Elysium, I would have waited for the creator to put it up on the Internet Archive and I would have stolen it. And I wouldn't feel like I was stealing. But instead, I paid for it. You shouldn't if you want to play this game now and you haven't obtained it yet. You should go to the Internet Archive and get it for free. Because the people who put their blood, sweat, and tears into creating it are not the ones profiting from your purchase. So just don't do it. Okay. There we go. Waiting for the swell of volume. Just to make sure it's working. Seems to be working. Setting myself up with a full screen monitor. Maybe raising that monitor up a bit to improve my eye line. I'm determined. Last summer, I did nothing during my off time from intense work. Did nothing really to make 58 Dream Street better as a streaming operation. I'm bound and determined to do it this time. And maybe one thing will be actually putting some more thought into like the backdrop behind me and the camera angles and the lighting and that kind of stuff. Or maybe it won't. Who knows? It's impossible to say what's going to happen. If I could predict what I was going to think and feel a week from now, I would have become a drag queen much earlier in life. That's for sure. I guess I need more than a week's foresight. All right, here's Kim. I crashed for free in the washerwoman's shack. I have a bank of 5 skill points ready, willing and able to juice the stats that I need to juice, except I don't think I can any longer increase my physical instrument, which is a problem, unless the passage of time has reopened that skill check. We have a skill check issue stopping us from possibly finding Ruby, but I'm going to look into it today. We've acquired new stuff, apparently. I don't know. we are making serious progress to the extent that look how short my task list is right now. We've been getting a lot done, both in the case and in the various side jobs that our man Harry keeps on picking up. Because he just wants to be a helpful guy. It's the thing he wants the most. At least now. I'm never going to accomplish this goal because my Harry is doing his best to treat his massive amnesia as an opportunity to not be the guy he keeps being confronted with evidence that he is. To be a better version of Harry Dubois. We got to find the murder weapon, but we don't have a lot to go on there. When Kim's not around, I want to talk to Klassje to find out more horrible things about Harry and his true self, or his old self. Here's the big one that we're on that just hasn't been coming together for me at all, in the sense that actually I have a lead on this now, which is that until Saturday we can't get a boat. I don't think. I'll check. Maybe it dried faster than Harry thought it would. And I have no idea how to do the check boardwalk for bullet traces thing. I've been around the boardwalk. It's not very big. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that we have a lead on Ruby. Whether we climb the ladder to the roof, which is not a good idea. It's dangerous. Going to get hurt. Or find another way in, which we have, except it requires a strength check, which we have not passed. And then what spirit is eternal? Buy spirits from Rosemary. Nope. We're not doing it. Harry is not giving in. He's keeping the horrific necktie on for some reason. But it's the devil on his shoulder. He's not giving in. Let's start by just immediately talking to the widow to see if maybe Harry was wrong and the boat's ready.
He's going to calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on
She
your mind,
nods.
officer?
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with you and the waves, Lillian?
What is it with waves and fishermen?
She tilts her head, looks at the sea.
We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Not doing this one, at least with the penalty. If I'm going to try to get a date with Lillian, the widow, I at least shouldn't embarrass myself in front of Kim, in addition to the fact that his presence makes him... So both that and the Klassje thing make me think, is another thing that separates me from Kim going to happen? Because I was separated from him for a day because of the body removal issue, while he took the corpse back. Okay, so the bad thing here is that because we've really driven this down, I really need to make progress here, specifically on the Feld Building issue. So hopefully that check's open back up. And while I haven't yet actually done it, a couple times I've made a save before a check and said, ugh, maybe I'm not willing to accept what happens here. So far I've accepted all the checks. I would like to think I'm going to maintain that integrity, but there's also a desire to keep experiencing forward progress. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So here's the potential alternate way in. Is the check even reopened to us?
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut
No.
and half sunken in sand.
This is a shame. Up here, the check with the ladder was to try to teleport, which I'm not certain is going to work. And let me double check, but I believe it's fairly clear. The way you tell if you still have capacity for growth is if there are more diamonds. Yep. So, is there any way... There's no way that I'm aware of to increase the cap. The cap is different for different skills. I'm not sure what's up with that. But, yeah. I'm at the cap, so I can't unlock the check that way. And there was some dialogue that suggested there was a time lock on it as well. But I'm not sure that's true. So I guess we're going to go and see if indeed there's something to be done up here with the ladder. Because otherwise, I mean, what are we doing? We're trying against all odds to find the murder weapon without a lead.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
Okay. I could teleport if my savoir-faire gets me there. I don't think it's going to work out. But I did take my shoes off to try it last time. So maybe I'll put on my empathy shoes. Hardly need empathy shoes, this guy. And let me just torture myself by... I'm pretty sure I have no thing that improves physical instrument that I could have put on before I failed that check the most recent time. No. I have the scented scarf, which... Oh, damn it. I could have put the friggin' white tank top on. Maybe I would have passed the check. I don't know. Do I load back to the past? I'm not going to load back to the past, I don't think. I'm going to put down a save just in case I just can't bear to accept failure here. Have room to improve my savoir-faire. I still have a -1 from items. Which item otherwise is hurting my savoir-faire? Because there is no good reason. Oh, it's my pants. Okay. I only have one other pants option. I'm not going to go pantsless. Too much dignity for that. But okay. Let's see what happens if I level up. My savoir-faire.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
Yeah, I guess I like regular, normal things. I did get the most boring motherfucker in the world achievement.
I know you do. These inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions.
Yeah, I get it.
No one will call the moral intern on you like this.
I'm a boring centrist because I can't make up my mind about a political ideology.
You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal.
I'm going back to my disco
Even if
pants
it
once this is
doesn't
over.
make sense. This is what wearing boring office trousers does to you.
Okay.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
I've got a decent chance of succeeding now at a teleportation check. Wait. Let me look one more time more thoroughly at my other clothing options. I'm pretty sure I had nothing to increase savoir-faire anymore. But if I have something, I should. -1. Those are my flare-cut trousers. Oh, it hurts so much that I forgot to put that wife beater on. That white undershirt. Shouldn't be using that dated terminology. Okay, well,
The rusty ladder leads.
better than
to the
even
rooftop.
odds.
All you need to do
Success.
is close your eyes and concentrate.
Am I really going to be able to
Darkness
teleport?
enfolds you.
What does
You
this
can
really mean?
feel
What's happening?
The distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is
Do it.
zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
But what is really... I think really I'm just like climbing.
Okay, well, that's impressive, but
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
All right. Well, whether I actually did that or whether that was just a instinctive climbing thing. I'm not going to gloat about it. I'm just going to stand here and soak it in.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
Okay. I had a feeling Kim would set me straight on that.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Yes. Affirmative, Kim. Now what do we do? Let's take this in. The central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. Alright, clamber down into the building. Wait, is there anything along the way? Namely, spare change. Harry Dubois scrambles for any bit of spare change he can find at all times. One moment here. Okay. Wanted to check something really quickly. Okay. At least fairly quickly. I should probably... Well, you know what? One thing I should do is I should get back in my preferred clothes. Get back the feeling of being me. Being an iconoclastic disco fiend. Who has the feel for doing a lot of drugs, but does not want to do the drugs. Alright. I'm in here. Gotta find the way to let Kim in. Oh, get my flashlight. Like I was saying. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Hey, what's this? It's a postcard. It's an old postcard. It should really... I guess it's the poor condition of it that prevents it from selling. Pawning for more. Because that's a fin de siècle Martinez postcard. That's pre... all the stuff that happened. All the big historical events. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. Antiquated office furniture. Last century, maybe? Brought down and forgotten so long ago. I think I'm still getting a... Is it every bubble I click on that gives me an experience point? Or just the ones that appear around my head? It's every one. Kim was right that I shouldn't be going around trying to find Ruby. And there's our lad. There's our man.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Push the doors open.
It's much easier from this side. The panels on the rails slide once
Didn't
you
you know to
dust
do a check?
the sand off. With the help of your partner, from the other side, the doors open with a creak.
I mentioned having formed the thought based on the part of the game that you rarely see while I'm playing, but the party portraits, which are always just me and then otherwise Kim. I had formed the thought of why even have that if it's always just going to be Kim? Are there other people? Is someone else going to come along at some point? Whether it's a third person or just an alternate for Kim. And this particular bit of text, with the help of your partner and not with the help of Kim, it's another thing that makes me think, like, who knows? There's so many different ways you can approach the things in this game that...
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
Well, I mean, me too. You ready?
Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
All right, come on, Kim. Let's get moving. So this is exciting because this is moving forward with the real big thing, finding the suspect. Series of thick, dusty planes of glass. In here, hey, an interstellary suit jacket. But after how much my own brain mocked me for being boring, when I put on the interstellary trousers, just for the sake of, not blindly climbing a rusty ladder with no pants on, in the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. This is something. Stale fabric and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Never mind, it's nothing. I mean, it's not nothing, but pots and plates full of dust and spiderwebs. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed. Ancient flyers and brochures.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man,
It's Cosmozov.
depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Let's dust it off.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Check it out, Kim. It's old Karamazov. What a troublemaker
Yes.
he was.
Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
Yeah, how long you figure?
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing.
He looks around.
I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
Man, these communards, they loved their secret weapons caches and bunkers.
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
No kidding. I mean, maybe this is where I should be staying. It's cozy, it's dry.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Nah, fair enough. You don't want to come down here every morning to meet up with me? You think this is connected to, remember that student's room and the Mazov bust?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Doesn't look to me like anyone came through here recently, but what do you think?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
He looks at the dust. Yeah. Me too, but I thought I'd see if you had some hunch that hadn't occurred to me. Oh, wait, what's this? Please tell me that he left behind some magnesium. Some historical magnesium. No. Revolutionary's hat. Gives me a +1 to Mazovian socioeconomics. So, most clothing and equipment gives you bonuses and penalties to the primary skills. But then some of them are ideological clothing. Footprints. Here's the thing. Boot prints in the sand. One of the soles appears more worn than the others. There's something in the air. There's an unnatural buzzing down here. I hope we're not about to get swarmed by locusts. The tunnel collapsed. We have to find another way around. Hey, more footprints. Buzzing sounds getting louder. You hear that, Kim?
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you, feel here something?
No. What do you mean?
Just like a pain, a strange tingling?
I
From
don't
the buzzing?
feel it, but
He looks ahead
we
beyond
should
the
still be
arch.
careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Yeah, I saw those too. Did you notice that the right sole was worn smooth?
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean,
Once
Kim?
we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Right. Yes. What I was actually getting at, I was thinking of what do you mean by that it seems to be our suspect? Because do Do we know something about Ruby having a worn down right shoe?
You will upset the balance of power
So?
in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize.
It's going to be something. It does not help that Everard Clare, at least, thinks that it's in the Union's best interests for them all to get massacred by heavily armored and armed mercenaries.
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Okay. Let's think about managing the balance of power here, Kim. We know about Everard's plan to take over the harbor. Should we tell Joyce about it?
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
The
You
but
just
is...
can't be sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it will yield something useful.
I'm going to leave... Kim's just going to be bothered if I waste his time with this. How bad do you... Okay, we should conceive worst-case scenarios. How bad do you think this can get,
Well,
Kim?
we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
He smiles in the dark.
Let's try not to worry, he thinks.
I guess. I mean, doesn't help to worry. So
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
well, once more into the breach. What do you think?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars?
His
I think
echo,
we've been
his
careful
whisper
enough
echoes
to
through the
have
tunnel.
the element of surprise. Or maybe not.
He puts his
Either
hand
way,
to his
once we
holster.
go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Well, it has been an honor to investigate alongside you, Lieutenant, whatever happens. My instinct would be to... Feels strange. Concrete pipe here, buried in the dust. Oh, thank God, some change. Good news, Lieutenant. Whole real 50 in total. Or thereabouts. Or possibly exactly. Not sure. My instinct would be to turn off the flashlight.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills
Oh,
your
man,
skull.
and it's happening to
A
Kim,
strange
too.
Pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only
This is
ones
wild.
you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Here we
The
are.
voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to.
And she certainly is, oh my.
Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
Well, it's kind of silly of me to be covering my ears.
That's an awful decision.
Oh.
Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
Fair point, fair point. I guess just to make sure I don't die here, I should pop some Nosifed while I've got my hands off my
Don't
ears.
focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Right. I'm sorry, ma'am, but at some point, when this buzzing stops, we're going to have to detain you.
Really now? Check this out.
Ah, she turns the dial in her hand.
You're overwhelmed
Ugh.
with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
I gotta know, what's happening to me?
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency,
ULAN frequency.
blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
I saw your you're using the ULAN frequency.
Saw my equations?
She snorts.
You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
I'm full of surprises if you just want to turn off the torture machine.
check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Is this gonna kill me? I don't know. Look back at Kim.
Right behind you, officer.
Eyes closed. Lieutenant is doubled over. He's still alive and breathing.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it.
Probably would have been better police strategy for us to have split up a bit here, so it would have resulted in only one of us being caught.
Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys.
She
Not
pauses.
a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Yeah, I bet.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations. But she won't tell you about her. Boy, you're one empathetic police officer to have guessed even that right now.
Yeah, listen. I'm a people person. Maybe it's feeling everybody else's pain that made me this
So,
way.
What we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to.
Yeah.
Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
How did you get your hands on this
I
thing?
built it myself.
Where did this? She nods towards her torture device.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray, and the law officials trapped in that. Are you aware? Have you tried this on yourself just to get a sense of the terrible thing you're doing to us?
I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Well, this is great. This is fascinating. Like, I'm proud of you. This is a cool science project. We're police officers, man. We got to talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Look, come on. Could you please just turn it down a little? I feel like even a reduced dosage of this would be enough to incapacitate us. And maybe if I could focus more, we could talk. I could ask you some questions.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Well, I mean, I just did with the thing about, let's talk about the man you killed. Oh. Prime numbers. Mattress deals.
Looking for a deal on mattress.
It's probably not that important for me to actually listen to this, but it's immersive. The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
Well, we have 2 guns. She don't have any torture devices. She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon.
Well, why would she be using a sniper rifle to kill us in close quarters?
Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
Well, if it doesn't hurt as much, then it feels better.
Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
That's a red check. I think I gotta talk to her first. before we go for this. I assume if I fail this, I'll take health damage. I might get my first death. How did you know that we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Oh yeah, by hiding bullets under floorboards, that kind of thing.
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
I didn't just find it, I rented it. It's mine now.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
No. Isabel, the washwoman, she's no rat.
So nice.
She smiles
That's
a little smile.
one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
She's been preparing for the worst here.
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
Do you think we're the only 2 RCM officers?
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Yes, of course.
It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
That makes a huge difference. That's a very important distinction for a murder investigation.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you specifically, or the citizens' militia that she distrusts?
Oh, damn it. Ruby, did you and I interact before my episode? Because if so...
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
No, you're right. It was Klassje. She was the first to share her suspicions.
Oh.
She
I
smiles
knew the
sadly.
kitten had claws, but not like this.
Well, she was dealing with really good police work.
But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me. Did take some convincing, if that makes you feel better.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
Maybe we don't need to try. Maybe we can talk her down.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wait. Wasn't it... Didn't someone tell me that you called me the human can opener? Like, it wasn't a personal thing. I opened them up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me.
She scoffs.
Fuck them all the same.
That did make her
Can't tell you how to feel.
a little.
Well, that's good. I did it by asking questions. That's how I open. I have some questions for you.
Like what?
She adjusts her
I
grip on the
already
gun.
told you I didn't do it.
We're trying to figure out who did.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
So, would you say that Lely was was Lely a well-liked fellow?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Nothing more personal that you might have had against him? His... How do I put this? Way with women?
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
I meant more like his alleged, although I guess we found out they weren't.
See her
He wasn't
confident
doing it.
gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
Beautiful red hair, too. Were you protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like wild pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
Ruby, I can't stress enough. You are a suspect, but we're asking questions to get the full picture, not to jam you up.
She didn't hate him, okay?
Okay, well, I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi? Like, we could really, we could close the chapter on this part where you have to torture us if you could just tell us your alibi and we know we don't have to arrest you.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
Cedric, welcome. I had the heartbreaking discovery, the memory that I have that undershirt that gives me the physical instrument bonus. Maybe we could have got in here the non-ladder way. But then I did remember to strip off all my savoir-faire impacting gear, and I succeeded on the ladder check. And we're in, and we're getting tortured. I can't remember exactly how much time they said. They did say that you left. I'm going to go, just going to, classic Harry, just stick in the middle. Don't want to make a decisive call. They did say you left to take a really long leak, like for 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man.
So you're used to storing it up.
Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time.
Well, here's the thing. Actually, here's the thing. I don't care how much urine you're retaining and for how long. Nobody pees for 15 minutes. Are you assiduous about your hand washing?
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
You might have. But anyway, our investigation has suggested, you know how around this place, like, time doesn't pass when you're just walking around. So 15 minutes was definitely enough time.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
You a pinball girl, Ruby?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardenne. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city.
Oh, so you've never tried Russian pinball?
Why?
Never mind the pinball part. If you don't like pinball, you don't like pinball. But there's a secret passage to the roof of the whirling.
Don't know it, but also...
She frowns, studying your face.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
By any chance, if you found some bullet traces on the boardwalk, you could help me wrap up a different...
Point there. No one mentioned.
The pain stops him from finishing the sentence. But that's okay, Lieutenant. I can fill in the blank there.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Well, I mean, they told me you like Klassje a lot.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But you wanted to be more than just friends, didn't you?
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
Well, I'm not... She said that you... You know, I could really handle this more sensitively if you turn off the torture device. She said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts who didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
Yeah, what could go... Hard to imagine how two ladies on a road trip trying to get away from their pasts could go wrong.
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was.
She rolls her eyes.
Klassje was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
And then...
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on.
Oh, yeah.
I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
Just gave her the old good luck, babe.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
All right. That's the vibe I'm getting, but Klassje said that you got very angry when she started seeing Lely, that you threatened her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
And so all of that stuff went down, and despite all that, you helped her you staged the lynching to help her.
Yeah, The girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
Okay. I could ask more things.
Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
So, you've been running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over
No.
too. Never trust a musician.
Oh, I am not trying to make you think everyone's a rat.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, he didn't. There might actually be some wisdom in lying here, but I'm role-playing this of Harry can't come up with that scheme. Yeah. No, you know the racist guy? He might have a name. I've never asked. I never will. If he told us, Kim wouldn't even write it down. He didn't. I'm not betraying Tommy.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
She flashes a bitter smile. No, I'm murder police.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Well, you had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
This is good. Lieutenant is unable to articulate his question. Can I piece it together?
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky.
There's the thing. That's probably what his question was
Never had
about.
to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun.
She glances
has
at
only
it.
been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter. Hey, sweet.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
She responds, holding her gaze. All right, granted. But what about the lieutenant? He's a good guy.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
All right, okay. Let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if it wasn't you, who killed this guy?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Well, does the lack of useful gossip suggest anything to you?
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't?
She shrugs.
You know, I can still see him there, in Klassje's room, lying on his side.
Oh yeah, I still see him in the freezer.
He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Oh, you should have seen how dead he looked when we found him. By the time we were done with him, oh my goodness. Okay, can you paint me a picture of Sunday night? Yeah.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor.
Do you have the same dreams where the corpse in your necktie are
no one to lead.
bullying you?
She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
I mean, she has control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
He struggles to finish the sentence. What my partner's trying to say is just the facts, ma'am.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I
You're the
was
one
shooting
killing
the shit
us.
With Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klassje comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Okay, but she said that you knew something was She said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Klassje found it weird how quickly the whole lynching plan.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Oh, her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Klassje knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
It's no good. It's not a good... person shouldn't be that calm in that situation.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she could have done it herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
Kim, do silencers not exist in this universe? I can't remember.
Even if this is true,
Lieutenant
we're
forces
too
himself
worried
to finish the
lynching might
sentence.
lead to...
War?
She
The
purses
thought
her
crossed
lips.
my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going... fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill him, though, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
La puta madre?
Yes, you.
She looks at you quizzically.
Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
I'm someone's peon? Health critical. Heal yourself now.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself.
I'm out of Nosifed.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise.
No, hold on. Kim.
It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
No.
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Alright, then, what's my name? If you know all this shit about me, you know my name.
Harry Dubois.
Fuck's sake.
One corrupt
She replies
motherfucker
quickly.
with a disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
No.
So she knows your name.
That doesn't mean
That doesn't
anything.
mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman
Yeah.
stories about cops all the time.
If I'm on the take from some guy, how come he hasn't contacted me all week?
All of this just means that you're effective.
Yeah.
Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Nah, shut the fuck up. La Puta Madre. Puta Madre. The name kind of rings a... Bad guy?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
What? No. It's a real question.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition?
She pauses.
Now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. This was not supposed to happen. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you roll into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
What? Who is this? I had a squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude.
She nods towards the
You
lieutenant.
had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
Can you flesh this out a little?
One of
for
the
me?
guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
One of the guys seemed chipper, blonde. The other brooding something or other about him. The woman, only one in uniform. They were all carrying. Oh, and there was some little shit there. Just kept dropping slurs.
No idea who these people are. Literally.
Kim, does any of this ring a bell for you, Kim?
Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We can either take a room here in the whirling.
Okay, wait,
or
that
go
might be,
home
this
today.
might be a thought. This is something,
Let's
is it?
go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
I think I know these people. They're in Martinez.
Friction, lock, set.
Ah, the buzzing.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Her voice trails off into the white noise in your head. Feels like an aneurysm approaching.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
I think I'm going to die. Help.
Yeah. Screaming isn't happening on account of extreme shortness of breath. You're just making it worse. Oh God, it's
Okay.
painful.
I gotta stay awake through this.
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face.
Whose
like
face?
you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM
Final heart attack.
passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented. That ain't easy on the ticker. He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
How about that? Well. Let's run that back and see if we can not die. Oh, man. Okay. Gotta change my pants. Get made fun of by my own brain for putting on dork pants. And was there something I could do? Can't remember. Did I find something that improved my savoir-faire last time? I don't think I did. Oh. Put on my dorky sunglasses. Actually, I guess they're not dorky in the daytime. Okay. And then nothing else I've got on penalizes my savoir-faire. Okay.
These are some wonderfully...
Well, yeah, I like regular,
This
normal
all
things. I'm
makes
just a
sense.
boring trouser man.
The rusty ladder leads to the
Oh,
rooftop.
whoops. Gotta do that level up. I really thought the game would be auto-saving more often.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Yes, teleportation is completely... It doesn't... Your finger...
Careful.
The ladder moves arrogantly.
All right.
What remains of its...
Enough of that.
Hear that?
Okay. We're going back. So I definitely can't be taking health damage before I go in. I'm just going to ignore my brain's desire to mock me for wearing dork pants. For wearing political centrist pants.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need
There
to
we
do
go.
is
Ba-boom.
close your
We'll go
eyes.
quickly through these. I'm not going to listen to all the...
Bam! You find yourself on the roof.
You know,
Don't gloat.
for the-
Yes.
The wind...
Never mind.
Yeah, I know. I know I didn't really teleport. Let me get my cool pants back on. Should not wear my sunglasses when we go inside. And my kick-ass disco shoes. Okay. I will save this time much closer to Ruby. And then we'll see if I can manage this conversation more effectively, such that I do not literally die. One of my worst ever conversation tree performances in a role-playing game. Not even that I triggered a difficult fight that ended in my death by being, you know, undiplomatic. Just literally got killed through poor conversation ability. Pick up this ancient postcard. Check out this thing. Go further down. Might as well click this just so it's not flashing anymore. Or not flashing, not orange dotted anymore. Making me believe there might be something new and interesting to look at. Gotta click all the bubbles because each one of them is worth a sweet, sweet 1 experience point for me. Here's where we can let in Kim.
2 rusty metal plates. It's much easier from...
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. Yes. Time to investigate this passage.
Oh, don't worry, Kim.
Let's move quietly.
There's no amount of being a little bit more sneaky around this door that I think would have changed whether or not we got. Alright, making all the same clicks as we did last time. I'll throw down a quick save when we're a little bit closer. Take a brief intermission to use the bathroom right before we start that conversation. No, not even touching it. Not after the razzing that my brain gave me about wearing the interocellular trousers. Boom. Crevice in the wall. Go through, click the bubbles.
A mustachioed and mutton chopped years worth of... Someone crouches, heels digging into...
Yes. Looks like some half a century. I think the purpose of this bunker... We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what millions of depictions of... You mean like Ruby? No.
Yeah, you're probably right, Kim. Well, at least we got a cool hat out of this little bunker. Okay. Moment of truth is again at hand. I've thrown down a quick save. And as promised, I'm going to take a brief intermission. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. And we're back. Okay. Let's go meet Ruby, but in a way where we don't die. Hopefully. Wait, was I also finding money? Yeah, we found money over here, didn't we? There's an unnatural buzzing. Is there a way that we can figure out? No. I think I temporarily saw a shadow of Kim, like I was shining the flashlight right through Kim's glasses, which is pretty fun. It's getting louder, that buzzing. I was sure that I found money last time before we got to this.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp.
Lieutenant, you feeling that?
No. What do you mean?
Pain?
I don't
Strange
feel it,
feeling?
but we should still be careful.
Yeah.
There were footprints back there. And I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
You're really not feeling anything?
No, but you are the sensitive one.
He trusts your gut feeling on this.
Okay. Well, I saw them too. Footprints with
Looks
the
like our
right
suspect.
sole, worn smooth.
If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do.
Right
It
out.
will upset the
Right out.
Go
Think we
on.
should tell Joyce?
He just can't be sure.
How bad do you think
Well,
things could get?
we are not.
Let's try not. If you can't
Yeah.
predict it.
Well,
there's
what do you think's
nothing
waiting for
I
us?
think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars. I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise. Or maybe not. Either
Maybe
way,
not
once we go
indeed.
deeper, there will be no turning back.
Okay. Gonna check one thing here before we advance. No. It's like, do we have a dialogue choice that could be like, hey, Kim, let's actually, be careful. Yeah, like as long as that buzzing isn't related to literally forcing the pail into our brains. Here's that sweet, sweet money that I remembered from last time. And then I guess there's no putting it off. We have to quick save. And we gotta face the music.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like 1,000 radios.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Can't say it's a pleasure.
Don't move too much or
officer.
fight it.
I was really hoping.
The voice coming through doesn't wish to hurt you.
Yeah.
Not
Cover your
hurt
ears.
Nobody. That's not going to help.
Still taking
You
damage.
can't shield yourself from this. It's an
Well.
entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, don't do that. What's happening to
I'm
me?
using a pale latitude compressor.
The explosion of static
The
you're
ULAN
blasting
frequency.
from that pale
I saw
light
your equations. This is the
Saw
ULAN
my
frequency.
equation?
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Kim,
Right behind you, officer.
he's
A
okay.
pale latitude compressor. Signals are relayed.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations.
So, what we...
Precisely. At the upper limit is.
She's been holed up in here for...
How'd you get your hands on this?
That's illegal.
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
You gonna keep us like this forever?
Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end.
She hesitates.
It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Oh, I'm never that steady. Don't worry. Did you try this on yourself?
I stuck my head
That's
in there
great.
before using it on you.
So, can we talk about this man who was
yeah,
killed?
let's not talk about that shit.
So she thinks of you as hunters,
Yeah.
not the cops.
Can I just
If
ask you
you've got
something?
something really important to say.
Doo-doo-doo.
God
Doo-doo-doo.
damn it.
Sudden
Fine.
sympathy.
If you really want to talk.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front. Well,
not the murder weapon.
It doesn't feel much better. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
How'd you know we were
I heard
coming?
you in the passages.
Hiding
So
bullets
you
under
found-
floorboards.
Her tone is bitter.
She didn't rat you out.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
You were preparing for the worst.
I was, before I.
That's her admitting the bullet. It was dark
Yeah.
in the shack. The waves outside had calmed.
Did you
No,
shoot Lily?
I did-
So
Lily?
she says
Who ratted me out, by the way?
Uh,
Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken.
Klassje.
Oh, I knew that, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
that was Titus.
Oh fuck! Took some.
a dull despair.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
I do it by asking questions. Actually, I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
We're trying to do police work here,
Strong
ma'am.
moral compass.
Did you say
I
Lily
didn't
was
like you.
likable?
Hardened mercenary. You think I
Doo-doo-doo.
was?
See her confident gaze.
Yeah, sure.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I have other
I'm
questions.
listening.
You got an alibi?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress. Yeah.
Long piss.
And I can't do
No one
either
pisses
without
for that
some
long.
Power of mind over. Look, fuck you.
We know you could have done it.
Now I'm
Play
curious.
much
No.
pinball?
Why?
Never mind the pinball. It's just that there's a secret way up there.
Don't know it. But also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof.
She has a point there.
That's true, Lieutenant. That's true. You have a gun.
And
Where'd you get it?
the gun store.
What gun
Trigger
store?
Happy Jacks.
Really?
What did you
Trigger-
think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry,
Hey.
I'm not that kind of gal.
I can't quite tell what kind of gun
A
it is.
knocked away 80 front loader.
I don't think I did this
Two
dialogue
barrel.
last time.
Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
Yeah. There's other evidence I want to
Yeah.
ask you, but
Evidence.
you sure like Klassje a lot, huh?
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
She wanted to be more than
Oh,
friends.
So that's
She
what-
said you wanted
that's
to
a
run away
very
with her.
sensitive-
The lieutenant watches her.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Klassje was into me.
Then what
She
happened?
rejected me. I knew that wasn't the whole
No
story.
ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
She said you got very
Yeah.
angry.
I was a little worried
Threatened
to
her.
blow it out of proportion in her head.
But after all this,
All the
you
t-
still
yeah,
helped her stage the
Girl
lynching?
seemed terrified. Go
Other things I
ahead.
want to ask for.
It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on.
You're running
This
drugs
must
for the
be
Union.
So,
I've been through your lorry.
Heart of Gold Tommy fuck.
That really
No,
comes
he
as a-
didn't.
Okay, great.
Beneath it, she's relieved.
You had a financial
Man,
incentive
it's
to kill
get
that guy.
Away from all that.
She deliberately avoided.
I got lucky being a dispatch.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, my Harry's supposed to be a people guy, so like he would never say something that's stupid and obviously not going to impress the person he's
Based on what
speaking
I've
to.
heard about you,
But it
you
is very
are
silly.
Serious scum.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor.
She's afraid of me.
She's
All right,
afraid.
let's take a step back
Yeah?
here.
Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Well, who did it if it wasn't you?
How should I know?
Those rings.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
What happened Sunday night?
She eyes you. She's refusing to.
It's okay.
All right, don't kill your. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves.
She said she knew there was something
No,
wrong
I
immediately.
really- She asked me to come up.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
She She found it weird that you came up with a plan so
What?
quickly.
No.
It was her idea.
Yeah. She
What?
asked me to...
Klassje knew exactly.
Okay, so far I know I've taken one less damage than I did last time, so perhaps that's enough. We'll find out. It's not good that she
Yeah.
be so calm.
I wasn't sure
You
whether
think
to...
she
as
killed
I
Lely?
keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything.
Right. There's no
Even if this
dampeners.
is true,
War? The thought... fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If I go for it, do I just die from being shot? I don't know. If you didn't kill him, why
I
hide?
saw you rolling.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre?
You. Everyone says you're his peon.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You
No,
think it's
Lieutenant,
especially
we don't
bad?
know this. We don't know this.
Felt like a vain
Bullshit.
word.
I'm gonna go a different way here. You're trying to throw me off. Nobody says that. Somebody would have thrown that at us.
Oh, yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
What's my name then?
Harry Dubois.
Fine.
So she knows all of this
Okay.
just means I
Yep,
don't know.
that's my name.
Sounds
I've heard of La Puta
Is that
Madre.
a joke or a threat? I'm
That was a
guessing
question.
both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
I'm not so sure, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know if he'll like the new Harry, even if the old Harry was his guy, which I'm not sure he was, but maybe he was. What'd you do to him?
You've been to my lord.
I thought we had an agreement. She's not going to change her. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled.
Oh, when I came into town?
You had your death squad with you. Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude.
What else can you
One
tell
of
me?
the guys seemed... That sound about right?
No, I didn't. Satellite Officer Vic, let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly.
Doesn't ring any bells.
This has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now.
Feels like this could end in disaster and force us to replay this all again, but I'm just curious. So let's try it. An action scene. She's surprisingly non-reactive to me just clearly making my way to the machine.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
Kim, are you okay?
all good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
She puts the barrel of the gun in her mouth. Hopefully I can get a bonus here. What are you doing?
Problem solving.
She mutters.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, well, don't do it, Ruby. Come on. There's got to be a better way than this.
You should know the words to
Nope.
say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you?
Why am I standing here like an
Because
idiot?
You've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain.
But
Her finger squeezes the trigger now.
no, she doesn't deserve to die
No,
like this.
Wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her.
You know, I can relate to being let down by a woman.
She flashes you an incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
What have we done?
Our job. It went really bad. And now we need to clean it up.
She died. How can he be so cold?
Because it's our job. But she killed her. I should have been able to talk her down.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois,
He
control
intones.
your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
And I know it was going to come to that. I would have cheesed it by leveling up. I would have used some of my skill points to level up rhetoric and maybe get a better shot at that check. Although I rolled a 3, so I don't think it was going to help.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
Okay. Okay. What do we do now?
We clean up.
He looks
May
around.
take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere.
Throw it in the freezer?
That tent there.
Oh, you just meant somewhere down here. Well, I'll check it out. Cooking utensils. She made porridge with bananas. Delicious. Oh, sweet. She had $8. Bag it for evidence, right, Kim?
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. You see a rolled-up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
Okay. Well, let's get her.
The lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them.
What's she been reading?
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Lieutenant peeks in over your shoulder. I don't know.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine.
Here we
It's
go.
a leather notebook.
Notebook.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Like, no kidding. Yeah. Oh man, it's not Jugs
Thick
magazine.
journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Anything on the cover? Does it say Ruby's
It's made
journal?
of full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller.
Hey, it's a Schneller.
Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers.
All right. Well,
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
you know, you can really learn a lot about a person just from their handwriting.
The
I've
large
always said,
cursive
Kim.
of someone who writes quickly and confidently.
She was a confident lady. She was decisive.
It's a mix of logistical
Guess
notes,
we knew that already, yeah.
diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Kind of logistics.
Hard
Drug
to tell
logistics?
Exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
Very good, very
There
good.
could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Good, good.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
Yeah. Well, it's healthier than most of mine. Except for professionalism, which is one of my coping mechanisms.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density.
She's a
You
regular
make out
Da
a
Vinci with
familiar
this.
spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them.
She didn't need to do that to make her most recent decision.
Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How long has she been keeping this?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
Well, she found a way out in a sense. Write anything on the
Nothing
big
on
day?
March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely.
Cutting herself off from a bad train of thought, even in writing.
She is referring to betraying a previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
Almost scared to look for this, but is there anything about this La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
Because she was lying, of course. All that
Small
stuff she
wonder.
said.
Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
I guess M would be less obvious than LPM.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head. While I'm
Ruby,
napping
even
in my
before I lost
right
my memory,
ear
I'd pawned
on
my
smoke
gun.
break. Well,
Come on.
I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her.
Yeah.
It's in you to do something like this. Kill her. Physically, at least. You could pull the trigger if you had to.
No, I feel bad about my confirmed kills.
Yes.
I don't even
you
remember
could.
them.
You'd pull it
Shut up.
1, 2,
No.
3 times and watch her fall.
No. No.
No, stop. He wouldn't do that.
That's right. That's right. That's not who I am. Okay. There's another one on the 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people. The boys, for example.
Identical
But
glasses next to me. Almost drank
experience
stale
tells me-
yesterday water.
Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
Was she writing this one when she shot herself?
The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition.
Well, I mean, it's the most recent. What's the last thing she
The
wrote?
most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
That closing line seems
I
significant.
don't think she killed the mercenary.
Lieutenant taps on
Looks
the
like
page.
she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks.
Well, I don't know that it's a detour, Lieutenant.
Don't get emotional.
Yeah. 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 Don't need to go down the died for nothing route. What do you mean framed? Who do you think framed her?
By the Hardy Boys? By Klassje? By us?
Kim? Have you ever heard this La Puta Madre thing about me? The can opener thing?
No, I don't think you are.
He looks you
Ask
straight in the
someone
eye
in
for a
the
moment, then
precinct if you want to be
sighs.
sure.
Means a lot to me.
His trust is well placed. You aren't.
Yeah.
You can feel it.
Yeah. I just don't think I'm that kind of guy. If I did, because, like, babbling to you, Kim, but, like, really doesn't seem like I had anything to live for except my police work. So why would I go shit it up? So what do you think? Are we any closer? Do we have a new suspect? Kim?
Klassje was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
He stops to think. But like Ruby said a couple of times, no one heard a shot.
maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her.
We sure fucking do.
One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
We should. Maybe while we're there, we can ask if I'm a Putte Madre's peon. And call the station, if I dare. What exactly am I going to ask them? Just like, hey, you know, my crooked cop, in your view, do I work for La Putte Madre? Okay, well. Wait, did I search? Yes, I searched that. Found 8 real. Well, this is... I mean, I should have realized something big was going to happen when we found Ruby. Wasn't expecting it to be so somber. And why wouldn't I have? Not that this game doesn't have like an obvious sense of humor. But the overall tone is pretty somber and world-weary. Well, Kim, let's get the hell out of here. Nothing but the sound of our footfalls to keep our brains busy. And here we go. Oh, guess I don't need this flashlight anymore. Take it easy on my wrist. Stop cranking it all the time. We got 5 skill points. Could have gone into that with level 8 rhetoric. That might have made the difference even with a roll of 3. But you know, you can torture yourself with this shit. I will point out, we've learned nothing. Still nothing about the boardwalk and bullet traces. Don't know what on earth else I could do on the boardwalk to close in on... Like, because presumably we're just not going to find the bullet traces. But like, what the hell do I click on to not find the bullet traces? I suppose it's not impossible that, like, I just got a quest bug. That I've already done everything I could possibly do that should confirm that the boardwalk is clear. But otherwise, it doesn't really feel like I've hit many or any bugs, really. Who knows? I haven't played enough of the modern style of massive, open world, non-linear, make a bunch of different choices style of RPG to be all that experienced in the old bugged quest thing. I think I had a quest bug when I was playing Dark Sun. I'm not sure. Never did finish Dark Sun. Got to that bullshit final battle. At the end I said, maybe we'll try this again next week. But then I wanted to just move on. I think that's when I started Space Quest. It left a really bad taste in my mouth. I had been playing Saga Frontier 2, but it's the second Saga game now after Scarlet Grace, where I've made it to the final
Stop.
boss.
Now, it is time.
For what?
Crisis, death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
You know what? I got not an Elden Ring. I had a bug once. Oh, just in regular Dark Souls. It was really frustrating because I was trying to do the whole Siegmeyer quest line with Siegmeyer and Sieglinde, and it bugged that after we beat the Chaos Eaters, so like the very last thing in the Sigmar part of that chain, we beat the Chaos Eaters the exact way you're supposed to, but then he did the dialogue as if I had done the fight alone. Very frustrating.
Be prepared.
And killed,
Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand.
Killed himself, I think. What?
Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villier's 9mm pistol in your pockets.
I'm not sure I feel ready for what's ahead
Then
of
you'd
us.
better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Maybe I will throw down a quick save. If we're actually...
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth.
Uh-oh.
Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
There's a feverish gleam in Courtenay's eyes.
Put your damn gun down.
Titus
People are
remains
gonna
calm.
get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Or we need to creep up from behind and just put one in his head.
Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest
Scab
rises
leader.
and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
This guy's dangerous right now. Like, unusually dangerous.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander.
Tone is
I
frighteningly
think
emotional.
we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses.
She
You
sounds
won't
very
gun
sure of
down
herself.
7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie.
His voice is
Let
almost
me
gentle.
handle it. I know guys like these. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Oh, hey, I hadn't even noticed the third guy. Whew.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
If only he could have said something about this to avert the whole overwhelmingly superior firepower thing.
Peaceful.
Sounds like the armored figure is weeping. The fully armored figure. 'Cause 3 of them are clearly armored.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
Points to the helmeted figure. I spotted him a moment ago.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
The big one is the mercenary at the gates. Scab leader.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
He nods. Shouldn't we be crouching behind the engine block of your... I guess Kim doesn't want to put his car at risk.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
So what do we do? What's your thought?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Puts his hand on his holster. We do have to intervene.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
Yeah, we must. All right, stop. Police. RCM.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backwards. Fuck. Drunk at 9:50 a.m.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
No. I trust my empathy more than my dark half. My half light. Okay, no. He's calming down. He will calm down. I can talk to this guy. I can talk to anyone. It's the only thing I'm
can't
good
think
for.
that way now. This is serious.
It's the only way that...
Pig, fuck!
The voice from beneath the helmet interrupts your thoughts. You only make out the last word. But somehow I could tell it was a compound word, pig fuck. All right. Easy now. There's a way out of this where nobody dies.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
All right, this is not the main response I want to have to racism, but like, you're really, really heavy-handedly doing the peripheries to the back to the center of the empire thing here.
No one is
calling
going
them
to kill anyone.
tribals.
Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized
Elizabeth,
human
could you
beings.
shut the fuck up and let the professionals handle this?
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons.
And women.
No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk.
Yep.
Present an argument.
Yes. The goal here is not to win a firefight with armored mercenaries.
Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out. Get under his skin.
Getting under people's skin is what I do. They call me the human can opener.
I don't know about this getting under his skin. He'll only get under yours. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it.
Well, it is what it is then.
Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Okay. So hey, satisfy my curiosity here before I die. Who's the guy with the cool armor hat?
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude,
The armored woman
the
smiles a
killer.
vicious smile.
Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
I'm sorry, I missed that, Rude?
Rip you open.
So you... Seems like an odd nickname to manage to catch when you're part of a whole organization of killers.
The gunner. The rat.
Gestures toward
The
himself.
killer.
He nods towards the women. The killer. He points to the figure. The gunner, the raddest, and the killer. What's a raddest?
He does.
What do you think he does? Kills?
Smart loincloth.
He stares at you with watery eyes.
Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Admirable.
Easy. Easy now.
No, we're not going to be doing this. Okay, listen. We're actually trying to find who did it. And it isn't anyone who's standing behind me.
Yeah? Who did that?
It was someone else. It was someone who's not here right now.
How fucking convenient.
Gives you a drunken stare and puts his hand on the gun. He was shot from a distance. It was done by a sniper.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop?
There's a dangerous gleam in his eye.
One of your pals here, right now, huh?
Well, then this is gonna get ugly.
How about the kid? Tell me. It's a magic fucking sniper. One more time.
Hold on, I didn't say it was a magic sniper. I think the sniper did it with a gun.
Listen, please.
She raises both
This
hands.
cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
Okay. Okay. I gotta stop this from happening. Why does the sniper thing seem implausible to this guy?
Your mind grinds to a halt. All you
Fucking
can see
hell.
is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air.
No, not Elizabeth. She wasn't even there.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
The woman grabs her left side. She's down. Her white shirt soaks a blood red around her abdomen. She gasps for air. Shot to the left side. You can survive that.
Fuck this.
Man starts pulling something out of his pocket. Don't do it, Eugene.
Cancel Lizzie. Now.
Fuck. Drunken fools. Look at this. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
So your judgment is impaired. You think you're going to feel good about this when you sober up? Is this going to seem like the right move? Broad daylight massacre at 10 a.m. on a Friday?
Nah.
He wipes the sweat from his brow.
Day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We
Woman's
didn't
voice
come
is
here
furious.
to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
The outburst is accompanied by yellowish saliva around his mouth, which gets me back to even on this. Wish we could have got here. I can't believe I failed a logic check with a 92% chance of success. All right. Well, this is less likely. But we're trying it. I'm going to talk about the hangman. Please do not heal my morale when I click this.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Who are you, Cordy?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
He points at the whirling in rags.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Cortiner. Major Raoul Cortiner. Friends with Lely. Raoul and Lely.
I suppose all that logic checks out.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by lead.
You're Colonel. You have blue eyes, right?
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way. Not a big smiler, our Cordy.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
You know, you're Lely. Except for the false accusations of sexual assault. Everyone has pretty nice things to say about him. He liked to talk.
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, like that. He was a talker. He had a way with words.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kit gas here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be.
Points toward the yard. Man, these people. Like, not that you should have... Like, obviously, these are terrible attitudes to have in the colonies. But, like... You're really overextending the rhetoric here.
If Lely was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for sure.
Yeah, that's done. That's
But
done.
me, I'm not
Can't help but
a
notice
fan
Eugene
of
is
the
not helping
clay monkey.
Elizabeth.
I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
So that whole 41, the Ben Antal, that really happened, didn't it?
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
Points to him.
In your ship pipes, right in the fucker. He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Lady knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, you would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipsy the Kipt here
He points to Titus and Eugene.
fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
No, that's not true. We got him down from the tree. We put him in a freezer. We've made a lot of progress on figuring out who actually killed him.
Listen, man. We told you.
Elaine, this is not...
Told us what? What did you say? Tattoo
Staggers
fuck,
forward.
You'll die next. Right when the she-kid's out.
Listen. Even this... Lely, your colonel, he didn't deserve to die that way. And finding the people who make people who don't deserve to die is what I do. I'm going to figure this out. We can have the actual killer and not just this pointless massacre.
Find his killer. Cop his killers stand right there. Shitting
No.
their pants. And you're
waves at the men
standing in
behind
the
you.
way, protecting them.
Nope.
They didn't.
Elizabeth, have any of your contributions helped yet? She holds on to her side, teeth rattling. Squints at her.
Blood's all gone out now. Not long to go till the rattle starts. 1 down, girl. 7 to go.
Really wish Eugene had put some pressure on that wound.
Big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Okay. But it didn't give us a bonus here. I would have liked another bonus. Alright. Where's Klassje? Bet she could tell us some really important
Who the
details.
fuck is that?
Really?
Klassje, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
Manager calls down from the balcony. Garte, could you please go inside?
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Yeah, Garte, what the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know how much windows cost?
Okay, what do you mean Klassje left?
She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
Well, go fucking
We
figure.
should have arrested her.
Lieutenant whispers, his eyes still on the armed mercenaries. Yeah, well, hindsight, Lieutenant, it's 2020.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Fucking hell. Well, let's see if this will get us a bonus. Is your employer really going to be happy
I
with this?
care what that company cunt thinks.
Hey, put some respect on Joyce's name. He laughs. Hollow laughter.
He isn't just boasting. He really doesn't care. Back out of this now, or it'll get bad.
Okay. Look, let me just say one thing.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Roll the dice. Nope.
International something. International law.
So close. No, there's no point.
Don't say it. But now you stood there scratching your ass for 1.5 seconds. You think this helps things?
I'm probably getting a second game over here. Alright, fuck. I'm out of ideas. Failed.
A small explosion expels the bullet from the chamber. With a puff of smoke, it hits the man square in the chest, producing a soft clicking sound in the armor. Like dice rolling. The kinetic energy of the 9mm front-loaded bullet is distributed evenly across the chest piece and into his hands.
Go ahead. Give it another try. Kill him.
Turns to his left and says, kill him.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Kim, where's Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out.
Think.
You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces.
Nope. Well, hey, at least I healed some health before I got shot.
Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards.
Not a kill shot.
Force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. Pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within. Half of your body must be gone.
Then that really should have been more than 2 damage.
God, please.
Lieutenant says quietly, without trembling. He aims, face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
Madness.
He has to. The rifleman will fire at you again. Then, 2 shots ring and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit.
No, was that Kim's scream?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Oh, you poor William H. Macy looking motherfucker.
God. Watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic.
This ought to do it.
Pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Let's see, if I look him in the eye, will that rattle him? Doesn't seem likely.
A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death.
Unless we roll 2 6s. Nope.
You can't. There isn't time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Try to open my eyes. What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. Hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. Of course. You gun down and die. Sorry, fuck.
Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow
Lieutenant is
heavy,
pushing down on my
and the
wounds.
sounds
Something
ever
that
more
Eugene
distant.
should have done for Elizabeth.
And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. Almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him.
Don't worry about me.
A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it.
Okay, come on.
He's pushing down on your wound
No,
with both
Kim.
hands. No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
Into darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, come on, no. I really want to see this
The
through.
fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago.
No.
You have laid here forever.
No.
Keep falling deeper.
No, the fight was only lost like 5 minutes ago.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal
Is Harry
engine
somehow going to
was
survive this?
outside.
Or is this the
Clarion call.
his version of the white light and you see your family? Is just no, you can keep on trying to solve the murder.
It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
Oh my god. Is it not game over?
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim,
Sunrise, Parabellum.
the lieutenant says. It's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room. The fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. The room is clean.
Mr. Garte cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long was I out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
What did you say about sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Oh yeah, I have that engraved on my gun.
Cops like it.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
He looks out the window. Hold on, except...
I think we may have had enough, for now.
He unzips his bomber jacket. Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay.
Yeah. But what happened? Why am I alive?
What happened? You shot the major, and successfully, a firefight ensued.
And then?
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it, I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
There's a pause.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
Titus is dead?
Yes. You were bleeding out by then.
He thinks.
You warned me. I was able to disarm Cortana before he got the jump on me.
Good.
Thank you. Although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him.
Lieutenant takes a cigarette from his coat pocket and lights it.
Killed the Paul, though.
Bitter smell fills the
and
room.
That's what happened.
Titus is dead?
Yes.
He pulls on his cigarette intently. Wait, Kim, I thought you only smoked once a day.
This is the one.
And, the Major?
He's in a private hospital across the river. Colonel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
There is unveiled anger in his voice.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
How many casualties all told?
6. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets.
There's
And
a pause.
Titus.
Yikes.
And Elizabeth too. Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener.
She didn't make it?
No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but
Shakes his head.
costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership.
If I could have just... My brain froze up on me, Kim.
She never had a chance. She should not have been there in the first place. There was no way to convince them.
Stop this line of thought now. You're too broken for ghosts.
And that's...
All.
Fucking shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer.
He
6
says
people
calmly.
are dead. It's not a success.
It's less than ideal.
+1. Ruby.
8 people are dead, Kim.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive.
He rubs his
The
swollen
worst
chin.
scenario has not materialized yet.
Well, I guess that's something.
And we
smiles.
are still alive. Both of us.
Somehow. Yeah. You know, there's part of my brain that was telling me I should just die. And yet here I am.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
And
his
yet...
smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How... I would have sworn that my body was blown clear in
Pretty
two,
bad,
Kim.
officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
You said I was getting up. Am I gonna walk?
We will see.
Anyone from the station check up on me?
No.
I don't know why I asked that question.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
I know that, you know. But it's still kind of odd that they, just even as a formal professional matter, wouldn't check on me,
I
right?
called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
That's odd. Like, you haven't seen any. You would have told me, right?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
So if it wasn't my station, who treated me?
I did.
Thanks, Kim.
No need.
How are you?
Not very. I
He
had a
rubs his chin.
concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me.
There's a
Thank you.
pause.
I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
There's no smart or stupid once the bullets start flying, Kim. It's just whatever the fuck happens. Okay. Well, moment of truth.
Easy now.
The lieutenant turns double again before your eyes. An orange hue of pain.
How are you?
Fantastic, Kim. Let's roll.
He nods.
So now what?
I honestly don't know.
It's not great because I don't know either, Lieutenant.
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce is gone?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad.
He looks out the window.
Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Klassje too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Yeah, well, we didn't. So, have you checked for sure? Klassje is really...
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Fuck's sake. Well, I don't know. What do you think? Who did it? Any leads?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone.
No kidding.
Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
What's this about flowers? I'm not sure why this is a dialogue option, so I'm going to say it. Fucking Maybells, Kim. Flowers?
What?
They're on the roof. I didn't catch them. My fucking butterfingers.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's wrong.
No, Kim, you... Come on. Think every piece of garbage in this fucking city is connected to the case.
Okay.
He concedes, clearly not meaning it. Okay, so, well, what about the hole in... What about the hole in the wall? Like, we know someone was, you know...
I don't know. That's been there.
He rubs
for
his
years.
neck. Okay. We still have a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with
A light
this.
nod through some
What
pain.
else?
Yeah, we should. Okay, we'll do that. And then we have an antique bullet. Belma Grave, 4.46 millimeter. How hard can it be to just find one gun that could shoot this? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
And, yeah, weapon caches
We could
everywhere.
find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
Yeah. I'll just let this one go.
There's a little pause. He says nothing as well.
Well, Lieutenant, you know what I think about solving crimes? Actually, God, I got to pick at the scab. Is this all because I am Laputa Madra's peon?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
Okay. Good.
That does make some sense.
I guess I can take comfort in that. So yeah, you know what I think, Lieutenant, about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
I think it's fucking hard.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary.
I'm not surprised.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
Well, Kim, as your best friend, or at least you are my best friend. You don't have to say whether I'm your best friend or not. But I think I know you well enough to know you're not ready to give up on this.
No. Are you ready to limp?
Ready as I'm gonna be.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics.
I mean, we start with a short limp. Just over to Klassje's.
Also, it's just close enough to enjoy the walk.
Let's go back to Klassje's room.
Why not?
He extinguishes the cigarette on the sole of his boot. Kim, Garte just cleaned this room up. Could you, like, throw that at the window or put it down the tap or the drain?
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Me either. Wow. Well, this was quite a sequence of events. I don't need to know yet, but when I'm done with this, I'm going to be fascinated to learn what was the, possibility space. Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. Hey, who paid my rent? My board? Was Garte just okay with it because he felt bad about me getting shot? Hey, the door's open. We can go right into your room, buddy. I don't see why we would right now, but it's cool. Okay. Well, I'm going to run to the washroom. And we're going to get back on the case. Day 7, all of a sudden. Also, I guess if with ballistics do make us think came from a distance, maybe we can go to the island now. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. And we're back on the case. Man. So I was wrong in my original, for a while I was thinking, I bet this is a 5-day story that ends on Friday. And I was wrong about that, but oh my goodness, the Friday was an important day. Well, here we go. On the one hand, I have no real hard stop because Danielle's out of town. The leg hurts, but as long as I can resist double clicking, hopefully we'll be all right. It's like she left something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door.
Ooh, I hope she wrote down who did it.
I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
She's doing the PPS gimmick as she flees a massacre that she caused. The lieutenant looks to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. Seems she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
Yeah. What do you think the gift is?
I am not drawing my gun yet, but I don't like gifts.
You don't like gifts? It's just because, You open them, you feel the disappointment. You got to hide it on your face, not upset person.
Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I don't hear any buzzing, Kim.
Relax.
So, like,
not everyone is out to trap you.
The worst thing is probably not going to happen. I would quite frankly rather get... Ah, damn it. Missed my chance. On a little bit of logic there. Can I get it back? Yes, I can. She made around 4 months of payments for this room. Where's she getting the money?
The medicine cabinet is empty.
Fuck.
Not even a toothbrush.
I was hoping we could restock on Nocifed.
Pity.
Really clean this out.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Well, I was kind of hoping the gift would be in here. Save me doing stairs, but... Red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof. Klassje, you crazy nutcase. Oh, we can only look at the window from the inside. She set up some forensics for us
here.
here.
The same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Stupinski! Hail! Happy Sunday! Oh my goodness, this has been an eventful one. And not eventful in the usual Disco Elysium way of having compelling conversations. Most of the Hardy Boys are dead. We found Ruby. She's dead. It's day 7 because I was in a partial coma for a couple of days after getting shot. I failed some really key checks. Yeah. I had like a 97% chance of succeeding on one of these important checks and rolled... Or it was a bit less than that. But a very high chance of succeeding, and I rolled a 3, and it all went downhill from there. We didn't die. I actually did die once. I got a game over for the first time, but that was during the Ruby showdown, not the larger showdown between the Mercs and the Hardy Boys that happened in front of the Whirling. And Klassje cleared out, but as she left a note telling us she gave us a gift, and she tied up some forensics thread to suggest the bullet trajectory. The lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Well, I hope that the thread leads to the island, because we can get there now. I hope it's not going to make us search the boardwalk more, because that has not gone well so far.
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
I believe that's the island. We can see up here. Looks like it is.
The island in the bay.
She trying to tell us that the shot came from the islet, you think?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
He nods. Who is this Klassje? How did she know how to set this up?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
And is she eidetic? Like she has perfect memory
She
here?
had a long
whatever.
time to think about
Yeah,
it
I guess it was an impactful experience.
on that roof, staring at the glass.
In fact, that's exactly what
It
she
also
was.
looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
I mean, this does seem to be her way of saying she's sorry.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
I mean, it is a location we haven't ruled out.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
So I think we need to go to the island. The wind blows in from the open window. He sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water.
He is trying to justify it to himself. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
I don't have an argument to make. We have to eliminate all the possibilities, Kim.
I understand.
All right? And what else would there even be?
Not a lot, no.
Yeah, so, my friend, let's hit the fucking island. Excuse me a moment. Got messages coming in. Wonder if someone wants to hang out with me tonight. Oh. Danielle is in an AI workshop at her work conference. And she had it, it looks like she had to write a song about Jamie Rose, which is sweet. I'm not going to read it right now. We'll have Jamie read it next time. All right, buddy. We're going to the fucking island.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island.
Takes a second to gather himself and then says,
how do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian, net picker. She's tiring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
All right. Let's hit that road. Talk to Garte on the way out. Tell him I'm glad he didn't catch a stray. Yeah, like, I would like to think that they're not going to be making a lot of use of AI in the specific form of LLM chatbots in the real estate industry here in Nova Scotia, which is where Danielle works.
You're up. It's good to see you back on your feet.
He looks you over.
Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did. Thank you. Thanks, Garte. It's much nicer.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
Well, tried to on the clientele front.
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was an honest effort. I was watching until it went down. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
Clears his throat.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
Yeah, I remember, Garte. I remember saying, Garte, what the fuck are you doing?
I wish you a quick recovery. Also,
He raises
you
his
and
finger.
your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Garte, I haven't had a drink since Monday, and I didn't order it from you. I guess, not a lot of clientele, huh?
Oh, you know.
He looks around
people
the
don't
empty
tend to
place.
stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Did you see what happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here.
Shakes his
and
head.
Many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Yeah. Okay. So I gotta just underline this for a minute. When all this went down, you were right out there on the balcony. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
He nods,
That's
trying to remain
because
aloof.
I'm a bad ass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him. He nods back at you, even more stoically. Just two bad asses nodding stoically. Make that 3. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
All right. Well, I mean, geez. Thanks for everything, Garte.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
I hope so. We're going to do our best to make sure there's no larger shootout in the coming days. Hey, our buddy's still here. Hey, handsome.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
No. not going to level up composure just to try to get Harry to belatedly realize that this obviously gay young man is gay. Oh my goodness. Bonjour, je serai dans les tours près de...
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here.
Well, I knew this part.
It smells of blood.
One day
and
I
heavy fuel oil.
will return to your side. Anyway, it tells me the whole thing right here.
This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
She used heavy fuel oil,
And
huh?
blood. Some of it is even yours.
I'm a part of something.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
No, nope, nope.
Okay. Sorry. Whew. Close call.
We don't need to suddenly become a firebug here. But I am going to rip off the Band-Aid and try to get some personal reassurance about whether I am or am not a corrupt cop. Because that was alleged, Zimpinski.
Levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pick up the radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you connect me to the 41st?
Just a moment, officer.
Thanks, Alice.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Hey, Jules. I'm gonna use some good news to lead up to the awkward question. Could you put it down that I found my badge?
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Hell yeah.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
Nope. Found my gun too.
10-4, sir, roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report.
Okay. And now that all that good news is out of the way, Jules, you know, la puta madre, I heard some people think of me as his Bayoni. Is that... You think? Am I that kind of cop? Am I a bad lieutenant?
10-4, sir.
There's a pause. He seems to mull it over behind his enormous radio microphone.
Talk, sir.
He finally says, reluctantly, some talk? What does it even mean there's been some talk? They think I'm corrupt or not?
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are.
Okay, so...
But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
Great, thank you. Very helpful, Jules. Have a good one.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
And with those words, the captain becomes silent again, hanging up the phone. Well, let's get out of here. Really should have, given how much Kim loves his vehicle. I should have asked him questions about his car before. It's a winter wonderland out here. I got no problem with it being cold right now. Figure that can only help with the shooting pain. Numb the body a little bit. Maybe I should take my disco pants off. What is the state of my thing here? Obviously, some of my things have been blanked out. Ask Klassje, yeah. I don't think we're ever going to finish that one off. Might still find the murder weapon. I'm determined not to do this one. Well, there's nothing to do but get to the island. I'm not sure if I was just playing this on my own, if I would have the strength of will to be like, oh well. Come on, Annette. You're like an honorary detective. We should check in on Annette at some point. More in a, you know, hey Annette, you're not all traumatized by the shootout or anything, are you? You doing okay? You should talk to Kuno. Kuno, did you see me get all fucked up? That was pretty badass. There's lots to do when the time comes. When the time comes, so there's not a very pressing thing to do right now. Yeah, if I was playing this on my own, I don't know if I'd be able to just bite the bullet and say, oh, you know what? Some checks didn't go my way. Had a couple of really bad rolls. Such is life. I'm not gonna break it to the old washerwoman yet that I got Ruby killed. I didn't get her killed. She definitely killed herself. But
What happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
like more terrible?
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Alright. Are you mad at me?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
Some people hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town?
She's not letting it
We
go
hear
that easy.
gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
They got me once in the chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
I'm not bragging, I'm just saying.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But, Lillian, we actually had a question.
Of course.
Part of
Can I help you with something?
Part of a desire to prevent more shooting. We need to get to the island.
That won't
We
be a
talked about this
problem.
briefly.
It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Hey, so can we borrow the boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat.
Her eyes
And
narrow.
no joyriding either.
Oh, don't worry. I've been trying not to drink, and I only joyride when I'm drinking.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two.
And like,
official police.
Come on. Look at my partner here. You think he's gonna let me joyride the boat?
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
They disappear when she smiles. That's odd. What's... Can you tell us anything that we should know about the island, Lillian? Nothing. Just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war for the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Anything I should know about the trip?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Odd that you didn't volunteer that information, because it's actually your boat.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Well, I mean, we can compensate you for the fuel. We might be able to siphon some out of my wrecked up motor carriage. But thank you, Lillian. Is it this boat? No, it's this one. At least it's a motorboat. I think it would be a really shitty experience for both myself, for Harry and Kim alike, if we had to row the boat out there.
Floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Yep.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Well, you take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What? Fine, why not?
I was joking, but okay.
Very cool. Now tune it to Sad FM. You know you want to.
Oh, come on. Isn't there like a sea shanty station?
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Well, this could easily turn out to be a terrible decision to just go, but... Like, maybe I should have at least stopped by the drugstore, bought some Nosifed. What are you going to do? Once more into the breach, dear friend. Hopefully there's no brain torture devices. Oh, wow, Harry. That's brave.
Want to be free. Want to...
Should have got some melodic dance music. Interesting how many things that involve a brief bit of motion are accomplished by just fading black. But we're going to take our time getting to the island. Oh, no, the camera's going to stop panning now. I was going to say, like, because if this keeps going, if the camera stays with us long enough, we're going to see things that they wouldn't have needed to draw on the map. Because you wouldn't be able to see them from shore. Maybe we will as it zooms out. No, maybe not. There's the old church. Okay, at least some of this would not have been visible from the shore, I don't think. But if it's the island... Okay, so they were economical here. It's kind of silly. It's not that big of a distance. And like, we can see the stuff on the river bottom or the sea bottom or whatever this is. Water's not that deep. We could have got here without a boat. I'm glad that we were using a boat instead. So it would suck. Get here and be all wet.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Let's mosey. Makeshift bridge. Bombs were at least powerful enough to... Yeah, you know what?
The chain trails off into
With a
the
little
ocean,
bit more thought,
connecting the island to the supply depot.
It does seem like a stupid idea to get here any way other than a boat. Chain trails off into the ocean. Oh yeah, that's what he just said. Well, hey, this leads to the depot and lands end.
Yes, so it seems.
What do you think they used it for? Chain ferry?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Right.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
There, finish the thought. No need to make myself look silly. by once again seeming to have forgotten the history of this place that I've been taught over and over at this point. Attention, inflammable. Inflammable means flammable? What a country! Some fuel is leaked out of the barrel, black and viscous. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. Whatever that means. The true language of the millennial. References to the first 8 seasons of The Simpsons. Oh, you know what? Even though I've never really spent any time rewatching what Simpsons I stuck with as a kid past season 8, I certainly have made references. Let me think. The sock a few dingers thing from the Bart conspiracy theorist episode. More than anything, from the boy band episode, the 3 kinds of marketing or of recruitment messaging of liminal, subliminal, and superliminal. And superliminal is he opens up his window and yells at Lenny to join the Navy. It's a good gag. I was mentioning yesterday how I was enlightening a younger friend. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Enlightening a younger friend about the absurd levels of vile homophobia and casual vile homophobia of the 90s. And including just being like, here's a bunch of different things that at different times inspired people to angrily call me an F-slur.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor
and
on a makeshift cupboard.
One of them
not particularly well
was somewhere around like season 10 of The Simpsons being like, do you guys feel like The Simpsons is kind of getting worse? No, you F-slur, what the, this just proves that you must want to, etc., etc. Well, let's sift through this stuff.
Are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s.
Some of the best detective stories are from the 20s and 30s.
The classic Animal Adventures. Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive?
Yeah.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
I don't think I'm going to pull this one off. But maybe that'll just inspire me to up my conceptualization and then fail again at a slightly higher percentage. Or maybe they'll give me the double sixes to make up for all those bad rolls. Let's try it. Anything unusual about this?
Not that you can tell.
Nah.
This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Okay.
You do feel there's something you're not getting here, though. Oh well.
Well.
The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Well, there we go. Or they have glasses.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracol blanket.
I remember some of the arguments getting into, trying to defend my position that I thought The Simpsons was worse. Like, they barely tell... There's no stories anymore. The first act is always The Simpsons go to something, and then, like, it's also rushed, and there's no B-plot, and then the ending is, like, they got into that rut. I don't know if they ever got out of it, but for a while they got into a rut where, like, most of the stories wrapped up by just being like, just have some stupid, shitty resolution just happen. It'll be like a parody of shitty endings, of shitty, lazy endings, which it can maybe be once if you do it once. But then at a certain point, we're just doing shitty, lazy endings. The position was, listen, F-slur, why do you care about stories and not jokes? Are you a fucking F-slur? BJ, welcome. Happy Sunday. Have you ever played Disco Elysium? Oh, right. And hello after a long time. Glad to have you back with us. I had a feeling you were incoming when I got a follower notification about you. Thought, oh, someone has reactivated a dormant Twitch account. But I'm deeply committed to the Jamie bit, so I couldn't acknowledge any of this on Friday. This is a very, very cool game. It has the like interface of an isometric RPG, and it has RPG elements. But then it's like also an adventure game and really a visual novel. But with like anyway, very, very cool.
Someone has been squatting here.
Lieutenant inspects the bed.
Recently washed.
Nah. Any particular thing? I've been trying to like buy from Amazon less. If only there had been more combat to grind on, Stimpinski, maybe I would have done better in the one shootout. How recently washed?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain. Thick as molasses. No longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can.
He looks at you with a
rest
touch of
if you're
concern.
feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No rest now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, Lieutenant.
You don't have to be a hero.
I'm not trying to be a hero. Just trying to be a police. Trying to be good police. What do we have here?
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now.
He
But
concludes.
someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do the wires go?
Downstairs, somewhere?
You know anything about generators, Kim?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
Oh, I did smell mazout out there. He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the
The
dynamo.
kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
Indeed.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
No shit. Well, let's give it a tap.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
So, yeah. Why do you think this generator's here, Kim?
I'm not a philosopher.
I meant like, not like, when I said what does it mean, Kim, I meant like, why?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm.
The
Well, there we
wind
go.
Outside picks up suddenly with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
For now, we're not going to put fuel in the tank because I can't imagine what the point of doing that would be. Hey, free shirt. It's a Fallen Arrower shirt. Improves your hand-eye coordination. Hey, free towel. Free towel. Hold on. Is it a scarf? It's a cool scarf. It's an empathy scarf, so I probably won't put it on, given that I'm already a master of empathy. And also, you know, the necktie would be like, no, Harry, don't do it to me. Magnesium. My magnesium stock is so high. What I need is Nosifed. More magnesium. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off it. Well, let's see. Does it open?
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What do you think's on the other side of this, Kim?
Another part of the island, probably.
What's
lock
into the
looks like it
keyhole?
could still be usable.
Well, any ideas about opening it without the key?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open.
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock. I find it highly unlikely, Kim, that we're not going to wind up opening this door.
All right, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
Lieutenant knocks on the metal while he says this. Although we heard that. It's one of the stage directions I could have just let go. Well, let's keep looking for the key, Lieutenant. Could be anywhere. Hold down tab, see if anything else pops into view. Oh, here's something. Can we get to it? Oh, yep. Because there was an underpass that I didn't see down here. Did not perceive that I could walk under this.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and
So
even
it would be almost impossible for me to give you a good synopsis, PJ, to get you caught up. But the short version is Harry Dubois, the main character, the one I'm playing, is an alcoholic, miserable dude who experienced total amnesia while slacking off on a murder case down here. When he came to, he couldn't remember anything. And then his new partner from the other precinct, from the 57th precinct, showed up. He's a very serious, responsible guy. And we've been trying to investigate this murder. A mercenary was killed, and then after his death, fake lynched to throw. Like, he was actually shot. We're trying to find where the shooter fired from right now. And the thing is that the Union faked the lynching. So the mercenaries think the Union did it. And we're trying to find the actual culprit before the mercenaries conduct a large massacre. They've already conducted a small massacre. Touch the keyboard.
Keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
So what's this, Kim?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
You think this could open the blast door?
Possibly.
He inspects the
Urgence,
dials.
Ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
Yeah, I'm not sure to what extent it was possible for it to go another way. But when the first threatening of violence between the mercenaries and the Union people came, I failed some crucial skill checks with some really bad rolls. And most of the Union people in that showdown got killed. Let's put some fuel in here and see if we can get this thing going.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Oh, it's a much more... it's a real old school kind of corrupt dock workers union. Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
I was thinking whatever Frank's union is in the second season of The Wire. Would it be prying too much, PJ, to ask what you do? Out of curiosity? I recall you had to leave for work Friday evening.
A dim golden glow.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
He's excited. He likes when machines go, our boy Kim. Ah. That must be a... Jeez. Tough times to be involved in the heavily integrated North American automobile industry.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
We'll have to wait and see after the upcoming Canadian election. But I think that the biggest and most significant threat to from politics to my career, yeah. Honestly, the yes, because you haven't been here recently, so you haven't heard me occasionally being like, I understand that nobody who would ever choose to spend like more than 5 minutes here hanging out with me could possibly be responsible for this, even in the small way of having voted for it. Yeah. The one silver lining, such as it is that in all of the other, especially like the Anglophone democracies, it just kind of immediately killed their... all the conservative parties were like going down that road. And it looks like that's going to not work out. And then maybe our conservative party will moderate and go back to just being like, we should have lower taxes. I guess we'll see. Because I was able to foresee, I was envisioning a potential future where I get hounded out of my job by the federal government because they don't want a woke groomer who has appeared on the internet and also at student events dressed as a woman to be involved in education.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you.
Yeah, let's go. What's the worst that could happen? Well, now we know. Really bad things can happen. This game is not just about talking. Walk slow. Might be dangerous. Probably not going to be another hail compressor device. It's a beach. Of course, if the person we're looking for did use this island, and even worse if they're still here. Hey, small white flowers everywhere. Beautiful. Rubber dinghy. But it's all broken. So I can't, when we go back, I can't get Kim to pull me behind him in the dinghy. Oh, hey. Let's talk to this sniper.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire.
It's a natural follow-up.
He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Hey. Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit.
He shrugs.
But it gets the job done.
Not a Belle McGraw by any chance?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Well, glad to hear that, actually.
Southeast Samarin made.
The Belle Magrave is the suspected murder weapon.
No modern
Not
rifle
suspected.
manufacturer of that name
We got the bullet
spends
out of the
money.
victim's skull. He was shot with a Belle Magrave.
A Samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
Kim, he's a gearhead.
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
The Sinyao commune.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
His gaze turns inwards. Sir, could I get you to put the gun down so we can have a little chat with you? We're, me and my partner here, we're police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
Lieutenant, I don't think we need to escalate this just yet.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
Well, I am an enemy commander of rank. Just put it down.
The words, "I am an enemy commander," sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog?
Lieutenant W. Frater.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army.
Hey, you watch it, buddy. He sighs.
To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly and stares at it, just lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
So, who are you?
My name.
He looks
is
across the
Joseph
water and then back at you.
Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
You don't say.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM?
Lieutenant forgets to close his
Your
mouth.
Holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No.
He looks into the fire. Wisp of
I've
smoke
been on
rises
other
from somewhere
islands,
between the
too.
charred logs.
I was an Ataraxia until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was...
He thinks.
22 years ago.
And you said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith.
Clears his throat.
And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith.
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism.
I think there's a lot to be said for the flaws in a view of absolute historical materialism.
A second is all it took.
For what? Doubt to
A
creep in?
reaction to take hold.
Reaction. It wasn't reaction. You're just afraid. You're a kid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
Lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but doesn't take it out.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago.
He looks north.
The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts.
I can hear Abra meowing,
Flak Tower.
and she makes a fair point about it being supper time. He gestures towards the Flak Tower. We'll find out more about what this deserter has to say once my kitty is fed. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. And we're back. Abra has taken up a very funny habit lately where she leaves some of at least a little bit of every meal unfinished. I'll tell her later. I'll tell her next time she comes up. Instead of shouting to her downstairs. She's picked up this funny habit where, like, when I went down, she had like 4 kibbles of lunch left. And at treats time, she hasn't finished her breakfast. She doesn't finish all the treats when I put them around. The treats are just more food. I'm not giving this cat chunk food. So at 3 of her feeding times, treats, lunch, supper, she hasn't finished the previous one. And then she'll come and be like, hey, it's feeding time. So like just now I was like, do you want supper, Abra? And she was like, yes, supper. Let's go. Let's get supper. And then we go down and I put her supper. And then she just finishes her lunch and leaves the supper for later. The times are still important to her. The routine remains important even as her appetite isn't quite the same. I mean, she still eats the same amount of food, just spaces it out in weird ways.
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon. But I knew.
You know where I am.
Knew the commune
PJ
would
and
fall.
you say hi.
We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
And then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers underground. Like the weakest of the weak. A mouse. Frightened of the ordnance all night. And the sound of the rotors in the morning. Whirring.
He looks at the sky. And what was that? The rotors.
Airships. I climbed out.
He closes his
into
eyes.
Hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction.
He opens his eyes and stares right through you.
Real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what, sir?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world.
He's silent for a second.
You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
You know what?
That the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What was this place, this island?
It's not an island, what?
He looks around.
It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its
What was it used
last
for?
surviving defender.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
And how have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive?
He looks at his
I steal.
worn running shoes. But what?
Supplies, vegetables.
He winces.
I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
He coughs once more, puts his hand on his belly. I don't know if dogs set up like rainwater catchment systems.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
You know what? If it's still red in your stool, it's not as terrible as it could be.
Does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
But then the blood in his stool should be darker, right? If it's in his digestive tract.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
Hey, Abra. Hey, Squeaky, you want to come in? Where are you going to go, Abra? Here, let me take this off of here. You want to sit in the chair? Sit in Greg's chair? No, I don't think this is a good sign. And Kim, I don't think you've got a good read on this guy if you think he's interested in being taken in for healthcare.
I need to die.
A droll smile stretches across
You
his
don't have
mouth.
medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We got to try. Come on. Sir, this is serious. What you're describing. Like, you need to be looked over. We can...
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Have you been coping mentally with all this?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone.
He nods towards
I watch the
Martinez.
people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How'd you stay undiscovered all these
It
years?
was hard in the Thames.
He shakes his head.
I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds.
Closes his eyes.
Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust.
He looks south.
But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing
Hey,
through
can we
their
cool it with the
veins.
slurs, man? Aren't you all supposed to be comrades?
And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them.
He shakes his head.
Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How'd you get back and forth between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after
Nods
dark
towards
then.
a deflated tire in the reeds.
When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker.
He nods.
Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Well, why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
I mean, if you've stayed away from them for 40 plus years, how do you know all this about them? And how can you hold it? Annette is what, like 12 years old? How can she have betrayed?
He does not want to see life moving on.
Yeah.
People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
So there, weird question. There's a weapons cache under Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 22B, roughly over there, in the basement. You ever been there?
So you finally found it.
He looks at you,
There
pulls
must
the
have been a
raincoat tight
small
around his neck.
squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
Yeah, damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping.
He coughs.
Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corrected.
Yeah.
Some had bullets in the chamber,
And
however.
probably not just scary, but like, I brought up Annette, but like that is to just be painful. If the most important thing in the world to you was this, you know, was the success of communist ideology, and then you have to see people whose just their lives don't even touch that. They're just living a life that doesn't even think about what happened to the people you cared about, your comrades 40 years ago.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's also, we found a little bunker under the Feld Building. Have you ever stayed there?
The propaganda bunker.
He coughs.
I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
Yeah, we talked about this, Kim. It's like they did radio broadcasts and
They
shit.
stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them.
He stares at the ruins of the Feld
No
Building.
need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM.
He waves
The
in your general
coalition
direction.
appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Yeah, we're with the RCM, but just leave it at that. Do you really think that our main job is still hunting down communards from 40 years ago?
Let's.
He looks you in the eye.
represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon.
Nope.
I can no longer serve.
Sir, I'll take you to the hospital if you
superiors
want.
can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Me personally. I know I look like I'm in my 50s, but I'm a 40-something dude. I was a child when this shit happened.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
I guess now I just have... This is such a stupid question to ask now, but I guess we're locked into choosing it. So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier.
Ah.
I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said that you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained.
He
in
nods.
historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
And what does a political commissar
The
do?
old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
The lieutenant says softly.
Scientific communism
The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated.
is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Does conceiving of yourself as a more evolved future human clash with the ideology of communism, sir?
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
Kind of like a priest of communism, huh?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
But like a trained and proper
He
future
nods
human communist.
slowly, then another tremor.
All right. Oh, so he hasn't been hiding here. We established that. But you've been hiding for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
That's my entire life is that long.
Too long. It's not how a human being should live.
He grimaces, clearly in pain.
I couldn't just forget what I saw.
Have you ever tried just drinking and doing a bunch of amphetamines?
What have you been doing during all this time?
Good question, Lieutenant.
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Looks across the water.
Where it's morning, on Rue de Saint-Gisley, people are walking. The gas streetlights have already been switched off. Further inland, in Jamrock, the streets come alive with workers. Men, women.
Coming alive at
children rushing.
11:28.
Muddy avenue after muddy avenue. The temperature is rising. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil.
I wish he'd been there when we got up this morning. I could have asked him if I'm actually on the take.
Patrol officer Judith Minnow points west.
Danielle's calling me.
Village. She glances at her watch. We
Hang
need
tight, gang.
15
I'll be right back with you.
It's a 10-minute walk.
And we're back. Don't worry, I didn't say, hey, partner who is away, I refuse to speak to you right now because I'm playing a game. I just said, just streaming. She said, oh, well, I was just calling you before we go and do this, so I'll call you again after it. And I said, yeah. So I'll definitely be done by then. I could keep going, I feel right now, for hours in my brain. In my body, less so. I'm getting kind of hungry.
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Got to talk to Cindy the Skull about her cool...
Always
right.
waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Penetrating question.
Girl, child, revolution.
I come from there, and for better or for worse, this is not what the people are up to.
I am not a fool.
He blinks his black eyes.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
Not with that attitude.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
I mean, what have you done then?
Yes, what? To get things going again?
The lieutenant steps closer.
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left.
Stares.
Of the world, of our dreams.
Stares right through at Kim while blinking his dark eyes. Well, I have another serious question for you, sir.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What are you even using the gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Well, it's not that hard to smell. He literally just said it.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting.
Lieutenant
During or
nods.
after the war?
There is no after the war.
He shakes his head and smiles, his
Class
teeth rotten
war is
black.
never over.
But you said the working classes betrayed mankind. So who's left on one side of the... Sounds like there's no sides left in the
So
class
it's
war.
continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay.
This isn't ideal.
Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those.
Mm-hmm.
No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Okay. What a thing. If this guy's actually the killer, that's quite something. You're telling us that after the war is ongoing, but active hostilities had ceased and you've been killing people?
What did I just say?
He keeps shaking his head erratically suddenly. He brushes something out of his eye.
What did I just tell you?
Yeah.
Don't drop the ball now.
Okay. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Crenell?
The who now?
The corpse in the ceramic armor that was hanging behind the whirling and rags. Did you shoot him?
Oh yes, that one.
He looks up in the sky, clacks his tongue.
Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol.
He spits a big one at the lieutenant's feet.
I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Okay, come on. What am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Klassia's roof.
Fucking flowers. Told you all this garbage is connected, Kim. Yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Klassia's balcony. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Klassia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course.
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul.
Right.
Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you. Try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself.
It's all a part of the process, Lieutenant.
I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
I mean, it didn't do nothing.
Officer, a word?
Excuse us for a moment, Mr. Jules. What do you think, Kim? Hold on. There we go. The lieutenant whispers, gives the subject a short glance. You really think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day.
He crooked little smile.
Lieutenant Jeffreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
Well, how do you think our questioning is going so far?
Good. We are
He
doing
nods.
very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
What do you think I'm missing?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
It doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight and he'll do the rest himself.
Also, the gun. We should pick it up and discuss it in front of him. Make a show of it.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
Yes.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
Do you think we're going to close more than just this case?
Oh, yes.
He nods.
And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
My man. All right. Let's go check out the tower. Which I'm assuming is in this direction, but I don't know. Is it this? Well, whatever this is, we gotta get to it some other way. So we're probably going back through. Find it. But yeah, I can't stop now. Unless this, turns out to be really, really protracted. But right now, the goal is to get the confession. Oh, a bubble to click. Will it come back? Yes. Water rushes below. Fire down below. Oh, you had to be standing closer to this thing. Go at this door. Firing slit. You can't see inside. Spot where a bomb hit. Must have been a direct hit. Take out a chunk that big. The distant sound of cargo ships. You can hear their signal horns on the water. Glad that is just in my headphones. Amber does not like the sound of ship horns, which is tough since we live very close to the sea. I don't think this is where the tower is going to be. Pelvis. Inside of the fortress. We can make out the console and the blast door. Here we are. This is, I think, where we're going. Weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with druamine. Another fuel canister. Pawn it for $48.86.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab.
Totally okay to
Only
ask.
half covered by the crumbling roof.
So,
At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits,
one moment.
like two eyes in the wall.
So the LGBTQ student society at my institution asked me. They had asked me before last year to perform at their first drag show, but they gave me 1 week's notice, and I was like, not comfortable performing in any format with only a week of prep time. So I told them to ask me with more notice. And in the fall, they asked me with more notice. I said, yeah, sure. Because, like, you know, I mean, the main reason is just that I'll do whatever the students ask me to do if I can be helpful. I'm a good guy. I care about my students. But also, I had a interest. I like drag. Watched a lot of Drag Race. Not as much until recently, but in my mid-30s, early mid-30s, went to a lot of drag shows around town, stuff like that. So I got all those, you know, positive feelings about it. But otherwise, I was just like, yeah, this will be fun, you know. That was all I thought it would be. Danielle got very excited when I told her, because she loves drag and she loves doing makeup. And she was like, even though the students were like, we can handle all your makeup and stuff. Hello, Kyoto. I'm not sure because of what stream delay might exist or not. What you're saying, it really is in response to. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And Danielle got very excited. So instead of the students doing it for me in the dressing room before the show, we were doing it at home. A couple weeks or 1 week beforehand, we did a makeup test where I didn't shave my mustache, which I don't have anymore for this reason. And I looked and I was like, this will be fun. Like, we had the wig and the makeup looked good. I was like, good, this will be good. Because, like, if I'm going to perform in any way, I want to do better than just they're cheering for me because I'm their, you know, the teacher that they like and I'm being a good sport. So I thought, like, okay, if nothing else, I'm going to look good. But at that point, nothing had stirred within me. But then on the night of, I had to shave my mustache and we did a full proper look. We had bought the costume the night before because the students had said that they were providing costumes and then revealed that they were not, like 5 days before the show. So we got the costume the night before. And then also the night before, I put on heels for the first time in my life. I was like, oh God, this hurts. But fortunately, I do a lot of yoga, so I have balance. So I should be able to stand and I'll be okay. I won't fall over and humiliate myself. And then on the night of, we put the whole thing together and I had come up with the name Jamie Rose, which is just a girlification of my actual name. And sometimes I call her the Professor Jamie Rose. And then when the full look was together and Danielle took a picture and showed it to me, I was like, oh my God, it's the Professor Jamie Rose. And I immediately realized that she spoke in a Fran Drescher impression. And the whole, like, basically just in the same way any role-playing game character I've ever brought to a tabletop comes together. She burst into my mind, fully formed, and I was like, she's so beautiful. I'm so beautiful. And then the show was incredibly fun, and yeah, by the time I was home that night, I had fully conceived I just did a lip sync of Edge of Glory by Lady Gaga, like a fairly obvious tame choice. It was nothing fancy, but then I got a great reaction. A fair bit of it being, hey, it's Mr. Teacher and he's being cool. But then an increasingly loud reaction through a fairly spirited performance. There wasn't much compelling dancing because I was just trying not to fall and hurt myself and humiliate myself. But in terms of emoting stuff, I'm good at all that. And so it all came together, and it was just this incredible rush where it kind of just filled in a gap where I was like, oh, it was not a cognizant buried desire that I had. And yet that night, by the time I got home, I had a full next performance plan, which I still haven't got to do because they were going to do a winter show, but I guess they got caught up in the winter term, didn't do it. But yeah. And I realized also fun angle would be to bring her to the stream, do in-character streams. And it all just kind of locked in. And now I am 40 years old now, although fairly well preserved, eh? And this is my new adventure. I haven't yet. I've spoken to a local drag queen who runs shows about the possibility of performing, and her main advice was, this is who you should speak to because this would be a better place to start. I haven't spoken to that person yet, but I'm hoping by the end of the academic summer, May through August, I'm hoping to have... Yeah, I feel young. Not necessarily always in my knees and hips, but generally I feel young in spirit and physically. And it's been a full journey of going 360 on the baby face. Because it used to be in my mid-20s when I was an overeducated janitor, and people kept being like, yeah, I go in the sun sometimes, but the thing is even when I get tanned, what I really wind up with is I just look like I have pale skin instead of nearly translucent skin. I've certainly I haven't had any major burns or any significant amount of tanning, and so it's all worked out. But when I was in my mid-20s, it was really frustrating to be pushing a broom at the hospital, feeling like a failure because I got a master's degree and couldn't find a real job, financial crisis, all that stuff. And people would be like, "Are you old enough to be working in the hospital?" I'd be like, "I am 26 years old and I have a graduate degree, sir. I think I am old enough." When I got the teaching job that I have now, which I've been doing for a decade, or coming up on a decade, it was better grow a mustache. So I convincingly look like a... We're a pale bunch, is what you're saying, PJ. And, yeah. Now it's oh, thank goodness. If I'm going to realize that I want to do drag performance when I'm 40, it's nice that I look younger than that. It's paying off. So it's a wild adventure. That makes sense. I don't know if I could have pulled off, even with my tan-resistant skin, if I could have pulled off being this pale all the time if I lived in Florida. But yeah, it's been wild. There are many cool things about Danielle, my partner. We wouldn't have been together this long for me to find this latest cool thing out. But she has been, in addition to the fact that still for now, I literally need her because I can't do makeup well enough to do the looks. but also she's just been just very supportive and accepting and not like panicked about this kind of weird turn I've taken. So that's really cool. In fact, just generally, I feel like I've cultivated a very good circle in the sense that since November, I've been telling everyone I know, I'm going to be a drag queen now. And like my sister, I can tell, doesn't want to talk about it. So she's just like, she never bites when it comes up in conversation and we just move on. But that's the worst reaction I've gotten. Everyone else is pretty supportive, which is cool.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Let's take a look at the mattress, Kim.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
But yeah, I think generally speaking, people in our rough age group, not being exactly sure. I know, PJ, I think you're a little bit older than me. Cedric, I assume we're around the same age. I think generally speaking, we all probably look young, or most of us, for our age, simply because our framing point for what someone looks like who's our age is someone who was our age when we were kids, back when everybody still lived in a cloud of secondhand smoke at all times. Nope. We're not touching the cigarette
That
butts.
embrasure. What can you see through it?
I don't know. I'll take a look, Kim.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Let me get the feel for the concrete.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Peek through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach.
Big moment of truth here.
A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
And on the left, we see
a towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
And on the right,
the red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
And in the middle,
the box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Klassje's room.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
What do you think it means, Kim? Yes. It's an opening between 33A and 10 on Rue de Saint-Ghislain. I can see the roof.
I can see it.
He
Through the
nods.
scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The
Level up.
origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
He pats you on the back. 3 small pats in a row.
Affirmative.
Better late than never, I guess.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
You're right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
I have so many skill points. I am going to drop one in rhetoric. Just now, just in case we need rhetoric to get this confession. Okay, we go back. Our strategy is that we grab the rifle, we chat about it, and then we hit him with everything. We make him believe that we've got the case so that he doesn't think that he's helping the pig servants of the bourgeoisie, and we get a confession and we crack the case. Could that mean that I'm getting close to the end? It's a rhetorical question. So nobody tell me. One last thing I'll say on the Jamie front before we initiate this very important conversation is that when I was, like 12 or 13 years old, I, like many people that age, was into anime. We tried to get this guy to confess, and he's like, "It wasn't me, damn it. It was Garte. You fools. He's been right under your noses." But, okay, so. Yeah, I got into anime. As many of us did. Of course, it was a much different situation. You didn't just get a Crunchyroll subscription and then watch, like, whatever anime you could think of. So, went to Blockbuster, and I'd heard that Ranma 1/2 was a popular anime, so I rented a thing with the first 3 episodes on it, and I watched them. And a thought that lingered with me, although I never followed up on it, was it'd be kind of cool to have that Ranma 1/2 curse. For anyone who doesn't know, Ranma 1/2 is about a young martial artist who has a curse on him where if he touches cold water, he turns into a girl. And he has to touch hot water to turn back into his boy self. And yeah, so I carried this thought around in my mind. Like, man, it'd be cool to have the Ranma 1/2 curse. And I never saw another episode of the show after those first 3 episodes. And then what? Like 20-something years went by. And in my mid-30s, 2 things happened. I encountered 2 things simultaneously or near simultaneously on social media that put a thought on my mind, which is that first I saw some person posting that revealed to me, which probably should have been obvious, that Ranma 1/2 is a piece of media that comes up a lot in a lot of trans people my age's story of what cracked their egg. Makes a lot of sense once you hear it. And then around the same time as I heard that, I thought, oh, I really was intrigued I've been intrigued. That's a thought that's stuck in my mind for 20-something years. Then I saw the writer, Emily St. James, although I think she hadn't changed her surname at that time, refer to that she believed even cis people, I think, would benefit from taking some time to really think about their gender identity and interrogate it. And so with those 2 thoughts in my mind, I was like, shit, well, never going to be a better time than now to think about this. And so I did give it a bunch of thought. And the conclusion I came to was that I was cisgender male, largely because I could, like, even on inspection, I was like, it would be cool to have a girl form that I could turn into. But I don't feel any discord with my own self. And the appeal of the Ranma 1/2 curse to me is not turn into a girl alone. It's the idea that you could turn back too, right? I'd be sad if I lost my essential self. And then I was like, there, cool. Inspected my gender. I guess, like, I joked a few times to people that my gender identity is cisgender dude who would take the Ranma 1/2 curse if it existed. But that doesn't exist, so whatever. Cool. On with my life. So certainly when the drag revelation occurred, it was like, oh, geez, this probably should have occurred to me sooner. Because this is the answer to that thing. You can turn into a girl temporarily and then turn back. It's not instantaneous when you touch water. But you can do it. Yeah. So there's my story.
Minions of Cap.
Better late than never, like they
What
say.
do you want?
This is a white check. Let's give it a shot. See if I can learn anything new about him.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain or the cough, all of nutrition. From
I
a
love
man who
sports.
spent 44 years hidden in the
I don't
urban
play a
land.
lot of sports, especially anymore. And I don't watch a lot of sports either. But I like sports. I like any collection of rules that makes a game. And I don't know. The sport that I watch the most of is professional wrestling, which is basically drag for jocks. Makes sense. What strikes you about this gun? Oh yeah, surprisingly okay.
Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid.
Well,
if
it is.
erratic.
Like
His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
First of all, the costumes, some wrestlers have the gimmick of I just dress like a person who's a serious competitor in a real combat sport. But the only reason that gimmick even works is because you can contrast it against the more out there and performative things. And they do big, elaborate entrances. And then, of course, they're pretending to fight. And so the fighting is a lot more exaggerated and campy. Yeah. Ric Flair's entrance gear is drag. Absolutely. Then he's just in trunks when it's time to wrestle. But yeah, all this performance stuff, they're mostly not performing under their real names. They adopt a persona that is a heightened version of themselves. Yeah. Wrestling is drag for jocks. Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Yeah. This is my first time through Disco Elysium. And I came in... The only... I'd seen pictures of characters. I had a vague idea of what the milieu might be like. And from its use as a meme template on Twitter and later Blue Sky, I was familiar with what a skill check looked like. And other than that, I've come in blind and just tried to click my way through and accept the dice where they fall. Seems like a foul temper would be a byproduct of the kind of life this guy's living.
But his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way.
Well.
In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
So dementia?
You've seen demented people before.
This guy doesn't seem
feels
demented.
Similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
So?
Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
I doubt it. Mr. Dross, are you okay? How's your memory holding up?
No, I'm not okay.
He waves his hand, chasing something that's not there.
Surrounded by insane people.
That...
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Well, he does seem to have
Could it be a symptom
cancer.
of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, well, let's do the gimmick with the gun. Pick it up.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire.
Let me take a closer look.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Hey, it's just like he said, Kim. It's Triangon, made in Sinya.
No one said it has to be Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
Lieutenant doesn't take his eyes off the old man.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
Well, there you go.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
It does use jacketed ammunition. 4.46, if you can believe that, Lieutenant.
The right type and the right calibre.
The lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
Well, we're just going to hang on to this, Mr. Draws.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him later.
Well, one more time, Mr. Dross. The Colonel. We need to talk about how you killed him.
Petty bourgeois law.
He snorts and spits.
This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
We're actually trying to prevent the pursuant deaths of people who are still alive in the world today and not just living with ghosts.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
So, if we could get started. Maybells all around here. What a coincidence, because
damn,
we also found them there. He looks at the blossoming field.
Turning white with them.
Yep. They get in your clothes too, I bet. Stick to you.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
And you know, I've been in Martinez a little while now, and the only place I've seen these flowers is here.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood.
He looks to the water.
Ataraxia was snow white in May before they ruined it.
It occurs to me, when we get back to the mainland, we got to congratulate Renee on what a great job he's done of letting go of the past. Now that we have a reference point here.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
Children are innocent, sir.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years.
Lieutenant's voice is soft, friendly.
Paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Klassje. Does the name ring any bells? We actually found flowers just like these behind her window.
Klassje.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Yeah, Klassje. You hadn't heard her name before, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
But you know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With
the enforcer of capital. He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, spasm.
There is a small tremble. It looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
We're gonna crack this egg.
Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
I wonder, what brand of boots are you wearing, sir?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa.
He looks at his running shoes, covered in mud.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Dross.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. Black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sansarique. You see the
Sansarique, some shit, whatever.
But can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Lieutenant comes to the same conclusion. Maybe it's simpler than that, though. Nope.
Simpler? No.
That.
This is another loose thread you will never connect.
Goddamn footprints everywhere. Fucking hate footprints.
The lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Not
Lieutenant,
now.
you're right.
Stop yourself.
People change shoes, detective. It
Turns
was
to the
you.
old man.
You were there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Trying to rack your brains.
He squints at him, eyes gleaming with
to
hatred.
Report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
Nobody really... Well, I mean, people thought he was charismatic.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
It's not like we really need your cooperation. We have the murder weapon.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun.
He points to the
Not
lieutenant's
like your
holster.
little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals.
Sir, you sound like a... This guy would be rated home on Blue Sky.
You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons?
He chortles.
Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Ooh. Cheap shot.
He saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Yeah. I can see what you're doing, changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
The lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstrably. I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon. The lieutenant takes out his notebook, draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and twitches once more.
You know who he was. A
Suddenly jerks to
coalition-trained
life.
murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
Yeah, he was the killer. He was a real lowlife, to be honest. But he was still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy.
He breathes
You
in strange
hound get so
animation.
thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
You know, you're really the one who got those Union boys killed?
Got your attention.
He looks you dead in the eye, pupils
Now
shaking.
you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathes through flared nostrils. I mean, it's true, sir. The police don't normally arrest soldiers for war, even when they commit.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
All right, so you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity.
He closes his black eyes.
One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Let's hold our breaths together.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
Begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death. And that stupid look on his face.
Smile quivers.
And his dick's still in her.
You know, I think a true believer in the ideology of communism might be less of a racist and a misogynist, as this guy has revealed himself to be so far.
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Really, as you could tell, I'm really passionately attached to these mercenaries. Oh, yeah, this is a excellent portrayal of a character, which is, you know, kind of par for the course in this game. But yeah, he feels real. And like maybe he did believe in the ideology once. But obviously, you know, over time, he is curdled on down to just the hatred of liberals, who is everybody in his view. The children, the women.
And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly. Very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
Well, that's good, because we have means and opportunity. Although he's also given us a different, even if we're going to get to the real motive now, he gave us the fake motive. He gave us a motive. He hates literally everybody, but especially the most obviously decorated violence agents of the global liberal order.
You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective?
He turns to you.
I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle?
He explains.
I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
But is it always loaded?
And if you don't like it?
You pull the trigger?
Yes.
He looks at you in the eye.
Think of it as a form of critique.
I'm not going to think of it that way.
You've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
When had you first seen the deceased? You had your eye on him for a while?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
So by that, you mean Joyce Messier, Wild Pines rep?
Wrinkled up whore.
What is it with all this whores and pederast stuff? She's supposed to be a communist? Sounds like fascist talk to me.
Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy.
Gargles a spitball.
As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters.
Spits it out on the dying coals. Well, that's not great.
So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole.
He adds.
It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it, fiddling with their sexual organs.
Yeah. It unfolds really interestingly as you get to know him. Because in the start, he just like his earliest lines, just like, oh yeah, this guy's just can't let the war go. But now it's like, no. He's let it go in a sense, because whatever's going on inside of him is curdled into something different than just guilt over letting down communism.
Some strange glandular process takes place in him at the thought, like yeast rising. And anger too, in addition to loneliness.
Lieutenant coughs. So, moving on. The victim shows up sometime after her.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout.
He nods towards the city.
Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing. Sloppy and drunk.
Oh, that reactionary radio.
I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked phalanx weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites?
Fairly
So, like, they have
alive.
level drain?
They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare.
Maybe, PJ, maybe if I had failed the skill checks at critical points in this conversation, he would have been like, all right, get off. This whole island is my fucking lawn.
I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
And so what specifically was it that you didn't like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them fucking.
He looks at the
I
charred
didn't
wood.
like that.
Jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too.
Wow.
She should know better than to hold
He missed a
child
vital,
murderer
the voice actor
between
missed a
her
vital
thighs.
word in this.
I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But
he shrugs.
You can't have everything.
Oh my, sir.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
Maybe not in the same way that I did.
And now he longs to see her covered in blood.
And that is not how I personally feel.
To punish her.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
Shakes his head and stares at the ashes. I don't need to believe it or not, because I don't concern myself with other people's sex lives.
While he stands here and rots.
Okay. Let's just see if he goes on.
The old man raises his gaze. Something glimmers in the corner of his black eye. A bitter taste on his tongue.
How long had you been monitoring Klassje?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld Building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Feld Building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Perceptive question.
Hiding
Lieutenant.
something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
And beautiful.
That, too.
He nods.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there.
He shakes his head.
She needed it just to move.
What do you think she was hiding there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers.
He coughs.
And from there to Klassje.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
So she had some kind of hidden container on the coast? You went and looked in it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this.
The lieutenant mutters to himself.
No.
Seems like that would be a particularly hard thing to get her to tell us.
Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone.
He seems confused momentarily.
I mean...
Well, moving on. You kept watching her after this first sighting?
I did.
He almost smiles.
She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too.
He nods.
Spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
He really has sort of done the horseshoe theory thing here, where he's still he's professing the ideology of communism, but he's the underlying thinking is very fascistic.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Hold on, you've been listening to the reactionary radio?
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you could see her bruises through the scope of the rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Well, 72% chance of learning something that should be obvious. Good night, Stimpinski. Let's do it. Oh, you know what? I have so many skill points.
It quickly comes to you.
Didn't need either of them. So the bruises on her body. Is there any chance you'd seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes.
He smacks his lips.
Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Did you ever see her through the window on the roof?
Like that, too. Yes.
He nods.
Bending like a bow against the glass.
So you've been through the secret route behind the whirling and rags, and those were your footprints, and you just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Yeah, that too.
Yes, that too.
Shakes his head almost in awe.
In that little room. What she'd do to feel good.
He explains.
Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
Are there any loose ends left?
How did
Maybe
you
there
get
are.
in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I guess we might as well get him to say it, but it seems fairly obvious at this point.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
He points towards the whirling in rags. Kind of seems like, yeah, you definitely want your game merchants to be bourgeois. I don't think that ideologically pure communist pinball would be a very fun game. There are no things in it that could score. It's just flippers and a big blank that you pop the ball and just keep it alive as long as you can. Nobody scores. So you had feelings for the woman. He sighs.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there.
He looks to the city.
It's weakness, I know.
Have there been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Yeah, I didn't suggest it was. And that's why you left the dried flowers out there?
No.
He starts to shake his head again. A sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When did this happen?
The day after I killed him.
And so you brought her Maybells.
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her?
Maybe. I told
He lowers
you,
his head and just
I have
stares at the
holes
logs.
in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
He wipes his eye. Why would I have come 10 years ago, sir? You only committed this murder a couple weeks ago.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, none of this was about the victim. It was about, I guess, the other victim, but not the one you shot in the head. He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
More than anything, I'm the sorry cop, although I'm also the boring cop. I don't know if it's the Canadian in me or what, but I made the decision early on that my Harry Dubois was trying to treat his amnesia as an opportunity to try to be a better, leave it behind whatever he was before. And so every time I met a new person who had done the whole, I'm going to kill myself act two, I apologized. You should apologize if you traumatize a person like that.
That's it. Motive. We have it.
Ka-ching.
Where is she? That's Klassje.
The old man looks at
I
you.
haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know where she is.
Good for her.
He looks to the city
That
and
girl
nods.
kept staring into the scope, In the end, this last
Yeah.
week, kept staring at the island. At night, crying or smoking on the roof, like she knew I was here.
Says to no one in particular. I kept thinking of Fry in Futurama in the episode where his girlfriend from the past, Amy, winds up also in the future, and she tells him the story of how her life fell apart after he was gone, and he keeps apologizing every time he hears about a new thing, to the point where he's interjecting, just go sorry, quickly in between her sentences. That's how I felt like, even before it gave me the sorriest cop on earth achievement.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol.
Wait, was her name
Rain
Amy?
falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aero.
Because obviously Amy is a
cocoon
character in the show.
suspended in the grey sky by a web of suspension wiring encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Oh, this is going to drive me crazy. Got to briefly look away from the game. I know the main character casts. Hold on. Oh, whoops. I'm doing this on screen because of the... Michelle. Artistically, it wasn't, a great choice, but in one of the, I believe it was in one of the four DVD movies before they brought back the actual show, they retconned it through time travel, and Seymour did not have that experience from the end of Jurassic Park, which was, like I said, like cheaply undercuts that very powerful emotional moment, but didn't bother me at all because I've only watched of the original run of Futurama. I've seen most episodes several times, and Jurassic Park exactly once. Never felt the need to watch it again. Was very happy to have the moment retroactively ruined so that Seymour didn't have that happen to him. My ex, who I watched that with, was not a very outwardly emotional person, and was certainly not sentimental about stuff like what happens in fiction. And after we watched that for the first and only time, I can't imagine she ever watched it again. Yeah, she wept uncontrollably and at great length. I look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes.
I don't think I was literally crying. I have been moved to tears by works of art. I think I didn't cry because I think a big part of it for me was that my ex at the time, like, my thought was that she would think I was being ridiculous for being upset over a work of fiction. And then when I discovered that she was uncontrollably weeping, I think I leapt into console her mode.
There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers.
But it's
and
definitely
one
the kind of thing
special
that sticks
consultant
with you.
Look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing.
Yeah. My maternal grandmother. I did not, PJ. Because full disclosure, I was just excited. I was excited enough for a regeneration. It is it's certainly one of the more emotional regenerations, at least up to the point that I stopped watching because, he's like, I don't want to go. In fact, he didn't want to go so bad that he eventually, I believe, although I've not watched since the first Peter Capaldi episode, but I believe they just brought the 10th Doctor back and was like, nah, he just exists now as his own entity.
Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something, That's why we can't see him.
Heh.
Special
Can't see me because I'm
Consultant
solving the
Halberstam
murder.
is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where?
Yeah,
His
my
voice
maternal
trails
grandmother
off as the three walk down the jetty.
had Alzheimer's. And then later, when I worked as a hospital janitor, I was often assigned to the dementia wards. And
as the men go, Patrol Officer
weird.
Miller looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification.
It was certainly
in
an
the rain,
emotionally interesting
like a rotten
experience.
tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
Sorry to hear that, Cedric.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
It's a terrible thing. Yeah, I was shielded from a lot of it because she lived like 5 hours away. And so when it started getting bad, she was going to travel less here and stuff. And we traveled there less. So like there were a few moments that I was confronted with as a kid. And then when they finally put her in assisted living, by that time, she wouldn't have remembered me, and I used that as an excuse for many years to be like, I'd rather just remember her as she was. And then I did wind up once going to see her very, very late on, and it was awful. Not even so much because of her, because she was just asleep the whole time we were there. But, it's a terrible thing. There's not a lot of good ways to go, except, you know, quietly in your sleep in an old age. But definitely one of the worst, one of the worser ones.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Well, now hold on. Anything else you've been looking at lately that you haven't liked, sir?
Comedy.
Shakes to life.
Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
But like more specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Strict,
Yes.
clean, and
Tragic
draped in
comedy
neon. But
is
Martinez,
absolutely.
Martinez is the worst.
He shakes his head in grave disgust as he says this. To call back to Futurama, as Bender says in the Xmas story episode, comedy is a dead art form, but tragedy, now that's funny. How come Martinez is the worst?
Racists. Everyone's a racist in Martinez. It's that.
There is that
thing
one
to
too.
do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio.
As it says, as the totally botched animation says. Welcome, and thanks for following. He points inland.
Pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Oh, you mean Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals.
He
Like
points to
those
the church.
Boom, boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. You want to kill the little ravers? Come on.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Listen, you could have learned a thing or two from Renee. PJ, I can only assume that John DiMaggio does a voice in that game?
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
I've heard good things about that game. It's on the list.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead.
Blueprints is one of those games that I heard of it and was immediately like, well, I want to play this right now. But then it's like, it'd be a good one to do on the stream. And then it's like, I don't know when I can fit it in. I don't know.
We did good.
Sounds
when
very
we pushed
cool
him
from everything
under
I've heard
that
of it.
horse car. If only in the 30s, those disco whores.
What follows is ominous mumbling. Can't make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
I'm intrigued, PJ. I'm sorry, you said disco whores?
Whores.
That's all he says. Even that word is pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. You mentioned that the Union, in your view, is social democratic, but that Mr. Clare, a farce of a social democrat?
Another hideous disappointment.
Pokes at the ash.
Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
So who's the disappointment? Just over art?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Oh, the one I haven't met.
Edgar.
You mean Edgar? Like Everard's brother? Chortles with a nod.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
So we're not the first city folk you've met during your long exile.
You can't live alone.
He stopped poking at the ash now. He just shakes his
The
head.
Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him.
Have you actually approached the Clares,
I
sir?
haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did
Right.
he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf.
He nods to you.
He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out.
He is sort of like the Union version of the Penguin.
I was right about one of those things.
And when did this happen?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
I mean, I've never met Edgar.
That's
So, I
around
don't
the
know.
time the Clares came to power.
And so what'd you talk to Edgar about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff.
He suddenly remembers.
Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he just let you be here. Let you be.
Let me be here.
He looks around.
The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Krenel mercenary on behalf of the Clares? Try to provoke a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat.
He shakes his head.
As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
My partner asked a pertinent question, sir.
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
He coughs.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
Smoke him if you got him. It's time for Matt. All right, Snake Eyes. It's the only thing that can knock this out. We get one shot. 97% chance. What's the deal?
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold
Once again, didn't need the last minute level ups.
cold water.
20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't even run the Union yet, did they? A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did run the Union back then, sir?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name.
He narrows his eyes.
Licked a rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
His eyes glisten suddenly with hatred.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
She's also a woman, wasn't she? Not like Klassje.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
A real Barbara Muskova? Sorry. And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
It's not.
Did she? They
The
say
lieutenant
her
feels it too
daughter
in his
called
black
in,
gaze.
Not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes on the dust. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
Let him talk.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job, and a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was.
Oh my.
The ruins are black around
Gone much
her.
later than I meant
She
to,
had a
but
yellow leather bag under her
I'm
arm.
engrossed.
She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her and the ruins.
He shot her.
Someone shot her.
He shrugs.
Or maybe the cow just
His eyes
fell.
grow cold
My
suddenly.
memory is full of holes. All I know is...
Another big spike of rage, different from the one he has for her.
Nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal.
Sputter again. Nothing more.
If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
The lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it were nothing at all. Lieutenant, I don't know if this is the right angle. I don't get the sense that Mr. Drossier gives a fuck about it, whether he walks or not.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian.
He spits.
My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
He coughs. But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this
Level
world.
up.
Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up.
Completed a secret quest.
The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks to the city.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
I'm glad we talked about this.
Glad? It's all gone.
He stares into the dust at his feet. Gray and dirty spring grass all around. Yosef Lilianovich Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of the Crenel colonel here in Martinez.
What?
The old man's eyes
But you said I would be taken
filled with
to the...
sudden, unexpected terror at the words.
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Do you understand, sir? Or should I... Maybe we can set him off. Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing
He's
terror.
sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Can't take him with you. Still probably not going to work. But...
There
Ha!
it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it...
What?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
And then it's gone. Shh, Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this?
The old man's voice drowns in a sudden gust of wind.
Your skin crawls.
What is it? What's happening? Is it the fucking... Oh my god. It's the cryptid.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Alright, hold on. Am I actually seeing this? Blink.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
Kim, what is that?
What are
Is that...
you talking about?
The old man looks at the reeds and then you. The giant stick insect!
There's nothing there.
He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
I'm so happy. There is! Kim, I see it!
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in
Kim, Kim, can you see it? Lieutenant, please verify.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The lieutenant whispers, and then takes a step toward the giant arthropod. Lieutenant? Are we... We're doing this. Man, I'm hungry, but this is not a stopping point.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Listen. It's the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
Lieutenant whispers behind you. You hear the familiar ring of his jacket unzipping, slowly, painstakingly so.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera.
Are you sure you're not going to scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
Continues to pull the lens open.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
Kim, it's afraid. Just stop.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He stopped fiddling with the camera, but he doesn't put it down either.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Who cares what they think, Kim? We know.
Understood. Of course.
He comes to abruptly.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Okay. Well, can I speak its secret language? Don't be afraid.
Nothing changes in the cyclical brain motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out. Beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not.
Well, probably won't be enough, so I'll probably just scare it away. Yeah, we need double 6s. Even with the level ups. Nope. And there it goes.
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone, like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror. It's blending into the tufts of reeds in the distance, moving from islet to islet.
Where? Where did it go?
The lieutenant has the camera in one hand, a slip of white paper in the other, developing.
You never had a chance. There was something off the moment you approached it. It was scared of you, of humans.
I think it went into the reeds there on that islet.
Looks like it doesn't like to stay out in the open for long.
He squints where I was pointing. How did it do that? That was so fast.
It appears the insect can walk on water, like a water strider, you know? It's almost as fast.
He stops, short of breath. Tell me you got the shot, Kim.
He shakes his head in silence, an expression on his face that you've never seen there before.
No need to dig this in. No. Okay.
It's just a blur.
Well, what now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect's not looking so good. We should check him over. Also,
he points to the reeds.
It looks like it has some kind of nest there. Maybe there's proof in there.
Maybe.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding, you see a little flash of white. Porcelain white.
Okay. Well.
What is it?
The old man
What do
looks
you
around
want from
confused.
I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the giant stick insect? He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Duras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, with fear and longing, like an addict of some terrible substance.
I'm going to go with the gentle touch on his shoulder.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility.
Lieutenant inspects him gently.
This solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Duras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What the hell has happened to this guy?
Old age and shock.
You don't think the phasmid had anything to do with it?
Yes. The arrest and the appearance of the phasmid. The combined stress.
He looks
You
at me.
think it's something more than that, don't you?
Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Before, when I was trying to get a... He seemed strangely
He
animated.
was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps the animation is induced by the phasmid?
It does not seem to be animated now it's left.
He looks to the sea.
I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he's still staring at the sea. He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it has been in this thing's company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe.
He looks at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will
Shakes
be one
his head.
hell of a report. They'll think we're insane.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a problem remembering these particular experiences, Kim. I think even I'm going to remember these. Well, hang tight, Mr. Joss.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
And that is a grand spot to wrap up for the day. No idea how much might be left, whether next week is just denouement or whether there's more to come. I'm excited either way. What a great reveal, the Phasmid. This is what a game. What a grand game. Well, yeah. Hey, welcome, JFC filler. I can't remember if I failed that prompt or not. I guess I'll find out. But okay. This has been a wild ride. And this was just such a... Oh, I think I was already keyed into the nice guy. I'm not sure I even did it. Not sure I even tried it. But I'll have to go back and find out. All right. Well, this has been a wild ride. And like today was extra wild. Great time. Yeah. So what's coming up? Well, no Greg and James beat 'em up this week. On Wednesdays, usually, my buddy Greg comes over, and we're trying to play every beat 'em up ever made, at least through 1993. And we're getting close to finishing through 1993. But it won't be this week, because I got to pick up Danielle up from the airport at the exact time that Greg and I would be playing. So, I don't know. I don't know if I'll do something else. This is also the week I get final grades in, so I'll probably be focused on that. But I can definitely say that on Friday, it'll be Friday Night Frosthaven. We're going back to the Outpost to retire Rich's Pain Conduit and to welcome his Pyroclast to the fold. Next Saturday, I am definitely finishing off Space Quest 6, The Spinal Frontier. Even if I have to beg for a clue for every single remaining puzzle, I'm going to beat that game. And if I beat it fast enough, we're going to start Suikoden. Get some JRPG action going. And then before you know it, it'll be Sunday. And I get the feeling we're going to put a bow on this incredible experience. So, hey, hope you'll be able to join me. If you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, you can't hear my voice. I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by. And until the next time, when we're wrapping it all up and closing the case, take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet.